Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to make your way into the plenary hall. The program will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Thank you.
My message is stay vigilant. Of Israeli voters. These are issues of utmost importance.
JNS has been fighting the media front.
When we go to war, we go as a united nation.
Israel's been fighting a war, I think, on behalf of all Western civilization.
Alex Trayman.
Good evening, distinguished guests, honored speakers, friends of Israel, and supporters joining us from around the world. Before I begin, let's please acknowledge and praise God in heaven for gathering us here together in this room at this unique moment in history. I'd like to take 30 seconds to thank JNS founders and publishers, Josh and Amelia Katzen and Russell Pergament, for your vision and support, our board members, all of our donors and partners, lead summit sponsor Cross River, and its visionary CEO Gilles Gade, the talented staff at JNS, and particularly our newsroom, led by Editor-in-Chief Jonathan Tobin, our summit chairman Richard Heidemann, Summit Coordinator Avia Asner, Content Director Eli Piebsch, Orly Rachamim and the entire team at Think Content, the fabulous Waldorf Astoria Hotel, and everyone who has worked to make this second JNS International Policy Summit one of the most important and consequential events of the year. I'd also like to thank my beautiful wife, Sippy, and our wonderful children, and you mean the world to me, and none of this would be possible without you. October 7th was one of the worst days in Israel's history, and yet it was the opening salvo of a war that is changing the strategic position of Israel in the face of the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone had told you on October 8th that in 2 years and 8 months, Israel would control 60% of the Gaza Strip, Yahya Sinwar, Mohammed Deif, Ismail Haniyeh, and nearly all of Hamas's senior leadership would be wiped out, and that every last hostage, living and dead, would be returned home. That in Lebanon, Hassan Nasrallah and other Hezbollah leaders would be assassinated. Mid-level terror leadership would all be killed or neutralized in the legendary Beeper attack. Hezbollah's rocket arsenal would be filed down by more than 70%, and Israel would control all the territory in southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. That in Syria, butcher Bashar Assad would have fled into exile. The entirety of Syria's military infrastructure and air defenses would be destroyed, and Syria would no longer serve as a land bridge between Iran and Hezbollah. And that the head of the terror octopus, Iran, would be severely weakened. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei and top leaders of the IRGC would be killed. its ballistic missile program would be significantly reduced. Israel would stun the region with a 12-day war, and months later, Israel and the United States would simultaneously launch operations Epic Fury and Roaring Lion to destroy every one of Iran's known nuclear facilities, including the underground Fordo nuclear reactor, setting the Iranian nuclear program back by years. Please answer with a round of applause if you would have signed up for that result. And it happened in no small part due to the bravery of our servicemen on the ground and in the skies. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the world's safest profession over the past 3 years has been Israeli fighter pilot. The incredible results of this war are also due to strong leadership amid unprecedented diplomatic challenges alongside friendly as well as adversarial U.S. administrations. Yet the picture is not completely rosy. Enemies, albeit severely weakened, remain intact, clinging to power and committed to Israel's destruction on every front. And just weeks after Israel proved its worth as America's most capable ally over the skies of Tehran, the U.S.-Israel alliance is once again being tested in real time for all to see. Ladies and gentlemen, from the earliest moments of this war, Israel has taken blow after blow in the war of narratives, centering on false claims of war crimes and genocide on what is referred to as the war's eighth front. Our enemies have achieved a dominant position on American university campuses, in international bodies like the UN, the ICC, and ICJ, and within the mainstream media. One need only look at Al Jazeera to see that our enemies have invested exponentially more in this battle of narratives. Al Jazeera is only the tip of the iceberg. The New York Times, Associated Press, Reuters, BBC, and a multi-billion-dollar industry have been weaponized against Israel. Add to that the world's most powerful social media algorithms of Instagram and TikTok and the bots that have infested YouTube and X. While Israel maintains a qualitative military edge over its enemies with the Iron Dome and F-35s, Iran has been exposed for severely neglecting the information battlefield. Israel's way behind our adversaries on the eighth front, to the tune of billions of dollars. Massive investment is required for Israel to compete in the counterbalancing the distorted narratives being promoted by the enemies of the Jewish state. From the first moment of this war, JNS has been a self-appointed special forces unit on the front lines. With strong news bureaus in Israel and the United States, the fastest growing video and podcast network in the industry, and a powerful syndication network, JNS is proving itself best positioned among all media organizations to scale with massive investment to meet the challenges of the information battlefield head on. I'm proud to announce here at this summit that JNS is taking steps to further improve that position. In the coming weeks, staffed by veteran Israeli journalists and former government officials, JNS will launch a Hebrew language bureau. In addition to producing original reporting on critical issues here in Israel, JNS will for the first time bring its award-winning reporting and analysis from Washington, New York, and across the United States into Hebrew, further cementing JNS as an information bridge between Israel and the United States. In addition to English and Hebrew, JNS currently broadcasts in over 36 languages, including in Spanish. As our audience shifts internationally, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce here for the first time that the Jewish News Syndicate is now pivoting to become the Jerusalem News Syndicate. JNS has grown over the years into a strong and highly respected news source covering politics, diplomacy, security, economics, and culture, as well as growing anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world. Our focus has been geopolitical, and today our job goes well beyond providing Jews with the facts and analysis needed to form opinions on Israel. Support for Israel among Christians in the United States, in Latin America, and elsewhere around the world is being undermined, in large part due to disinformation and misreporting in mainstream and social media. Christians have a deep connection to Jerusalem. Business partners, governments, and others across the Middle East, in India, Southeast Asia, Africa, Eastern Europe, Latin America, and elsewhere look with great admiration toward Jerusalem. In fact, around the world, Israel has many, many friends and allies. As Israel continues to emerge as a military, economic, and technological superpower, the world remains obsessed, for better and for worse, with the decisions taken in Jerusalem. Jerusalem is rising. Jerusalem, ladies and gentlemen, is the political capital of the nation. Jerusalem is the spiritual capital of the Jewish people and billions more around the world. And Jerusalem is and will always be the eternal and undivided capital of the state of Israel. And guess what? Guess what? Zionism is intrinsically linked with Jerusalem. As verse 3 in Isaiah chapter 2 states, Ki mitzion teitzei Torah, udvar Hashem Yerushalayim. From Zion comes forth Torah, and the word of God from Jerusalem. The word of God is truth. And among a vast sea of lies and disinformation, JNS strives to be a voice of truth. Many know Isaiah chapter 2, verse 3. Even more know Isaiah chapter 2, verse 4. Part of this verse is inscribed opposite one of the most vile anti-Israel bodies in the entire world, the United Nations. As the inscribed verse states, they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Sadly, the lies spread by the United Nations, Al Jazeera, mainstream and social media, have only led to wars and bloodshed in the region and anti-Semitism around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is only when truth broadcasts powerfully from Jerusalem that the days of war will end. The Jerusalem News Syndicate will strive, as it has day and night, to answer the call, to fight the information battlefield by broadcasting truth, and JNS will continue to emerge as a powerful international counterbalance to the lies and biased reporting. Ladies and gentlemen, the timing of the 2026 JNS International Policy Summit could not be any more urgent. As a major chapter in the war with Iran is coming to a close, we know the story is far from over. Israel is also careening into a bitter election season, the outcome of which will have immense consequences on Israel's immediate security and the overall health of our society. Now at this summit is the moment to take stock of our achievements and reassess our challenges. Our future depends on it. This second JNS International Policy Summit is a powerful indication of the growing strength of JNS. The 200-plus speakers here are among the very best truth speakers, advocates, diplomats, security experts, and policymakers that the Jewish people and Israel's allies have to offer. In the audience and on the stage are representatives and diplomats from over 30 countries, and the leaders and policy experts of dozens of the partner organizations we proudly work with. The summit will produce not only words, but strong policy recommendations, positioning JNS as a platform for advancing the ideas that will translate into action and into law. As you can see from the speakers and partners of this summit, JNS is the media platform at the epicenter of the pro-Israel ecosystem. This gathering is one which everyone participating has a united purpose and goal: to strengthen Israel, to strengthen the Jewish people, and to strengthen our friends and allies around the world. Together we can chart a course for this next exciting and consequential chapter in the history of Zion and Jerusalem. Thank you. Welcome to the second annual JNS International Policy Summit, and welcome to Jerusalem. To begin our program, please rise for Israel's national anthem, Hatikva, performed by Filipino-Israeli singer and songwriter Howie Danow.
Nefesh Yehudi,
Most rabbis lead communities. Chief Rabbi Warren Goldstein launched a movement. As the founder of the Global Shabbat Project, he transformed a foundational Jewish tradition into a worldwide phenomenon, embraced across denominations and continents, and he's not afraid to call out the Jewish people's theological adversaries. One of the Jewish world's most visionary rabbinic leaders, please welcome Chief Rabbi of South Africa, Warren Goldstein.
We are here together as a community to gain strength from each other.
Our soldiers fell in a just war.
The resilience and the strength of the Israeli people. The shield protecting civilization from jihadi barbarism.
Those that bless will be blessed, and those that curse will be cursed.
Chief Rabbi Warren Goldstein.
I almost interrupted myself. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Ambassador, Alex Trayman and your remarkable and inspirational team at JNS, it's such an honor and a pleasure to be able to share these opening words. And when I look around this room, what comes to mind is the statement of our sages that says, Kinus tzadikim tov lahem v'tov la'olam, that when good people get together, it is good for them and good for the world. When I look around this room of all the good people associated with JNS, this is good for the world, and it is a privilege and a blessing to be here. And may I suggest this, that the collective brain power of this room and the reach and the political connections and leadership and vision of all of the remarkable individuals gathered here, may I suggest, is absolutely critical to the national security of the State of Israel and the survival of the Jewish people. Because, friends, Israel has emerged since October 7, if there was any doubt before, as a regional and global military superpower that has fought enemies on 7 fronts and emerged victorious across so many different areas. But there is another war which is being waged, and a war that began before October 7 and has continued since then, and that is the war of words and ideas, which is also an existential threat to the survival of the State of Israel and the survival of the Jewish people, because it is a war which is launched and being conducted on a multi-continental basis to undermine, isolate, stigmatize the State of Israel and the Jewish people to the point where they intend to wipe Israel off the face of the earth through a dual-pronged attack externally and internally to undermine the legitimacy of the State of Israel with all of our friends and allies around the world, particularly in the West and particularly in the United States of America, and then to undermine us internally. And in America, we face a great battle. The Pew Research indicated that the favorability of Israel has dropped over recent years to the point where now there is a 60% unfavorability rating. But what is more frightening is that the younger generation between 18 and the age of 50, the average is 70%, with 84% of Democrats and 57% of Republicans having a negative view of Israel. And so we have our work cut out for us. There is required in the Jewish world today a paradigm shift. As Alex spoke so eloquently, the importance of narrative, which our sages teach us about. The Mishnah in Pirkei Avot says, Ba'asara mamarot nivra ha'olam, the world was created with 10 statements, teaching us that when God created the universe, He chose words to create the world. And from there, our sages are teaching us something very profound. Words create worlds. It is not just the missiles and the bullets which will establish the survival of a people. It is the words. Our sages describe the human being as the medaber, the speaker. The human being is a speaker, the one who engages in narrative. And so the great battle for the survival of Israel is this. Are we able to set the narrative and explain and to be able to establish who we are as a people and to win the hearts and minds of every human being on earth? Because our survival depends on being able to have these allies around us. Israel cannot survive isolated and alone in the world. This battle for words requires a paradigm shift. The work that JNS is doing and all of the remarkable people in this gathering are doing is so important, but what is really needed is a true sense of a paradigm shift from the Israeli government beyond there to say that we need to be able to tell our story, which is truly the story of heroism, what it is to be a Jew, to believe in God, to carry his values and principles, and what it is for humanity to understand that the battles for Israel, the freedom and dignity of the state of Israel, the freedom and dignity of every Jew, is indeed the battle for human civilization itself. And we are all filled with optimism because as Jews, we are able to achieve and have done so time and time again. Am Yisrael Chai. Let's go forward in this conference to recapture the narrative and to defend Medinat Yisrael, Am Yisrael, and human civilization. Am Yisrael Chai.
Back in 2011, Josh and Amelia Katzen, together with co-founder Russell Pergament, recognized that coverage of Israel from Jewish media outlets was becoming increasingly and reflexively critical of Israel's government. They decided to take action and created a news service committed to high-quality reporting and unbiased journalism. Since then, JNS has grown into an internationally recognized force. Josh has never been afraid to politely speak the truth, especially when others refuse to do so. In his roles on the boards of organizations like CAMRA and JINSA and Republican Jewish Coalition, he's emerged as a leading lay leader in the Jewish world. And Amelia loyally serves as JNS legal counsel. Please join me in welcoming the publishers of JNS, Josh and Amelia Katzen.
Excuse me. Welcome to the second annual JNS Diplomatic Summit. I'm Amelia Weld Katzen, one of the founders, as Alex just identified me, of the Jewish News Syndicate, which as of today is known as will be known as the Jerusalem News Syndicate. We are very excited and proud to see over the course of this summit about 1,000 people, brilliant people who are gathered here, finally, together with the only real intellectuals on the planet. Thank you for making the trip to Israel and for making this summit happen. This year, I want to recognize the 19th century Englishman, Edward Bulwer Lytton. You may not have heard of him, but I know you've heard two of his most famous sayings. It was a dark and stormy night. That one was made famous by Snoopy, I believe. Lytton also said, "The pen is mightier than the sword." So, was Lytton right? I think we all assume the answer is yes, but I'm not sure we're happy with that answer today, and here's why. October 7th was the most vicious anti-Jewish massacre since the Holocaust. Hamas's program was meticulously planned, Jews were humiliated and murdered. October 8th was almost as bad, but in a different way. What happened on October 8th? Did the world recoil in horror? Were Hamas and their Palestinian supporters condemned for their barbarism? Everyone here knows the answer, not even close. On October 8th, the very next day, we saw the most vicious anti-Jewish demonstrations of this century. Pre-planned protests by Iran, Hamas, and Palestinian sympathizers condemned not the attackers, but Israel. And it's only gotten worse, because the pen is mightier than the sword. Hamas has seized the pens of major news media to win a war it could not possibly win by the sword. While the sword of Israel has prevailed in the physical war, the pen of Hamas has defeated us. Hamas has used the world's most influential news organization to spread another blood libel more outrageous than ever. The New York Times, once a mostly reputable newspaper, has become a mouthpiece for Israel's enemies. It breathlessly repeats the lies it is fed by Hamas. A hospital bombed, a population starved, genocide, prisoners raped by dogs. How have we, the Jews, the people of the book, allowed this to happen? We are letting the pens of Hamas defeat our sword. For millennia, the words of our sages endured military campaigns aimed at wiping us out. Our written Torah is the foundation of Christianity and of Western civilization. Our pen was mightier than the swords, sabers, tanks, machine guns, and gas chambers of our enemies. We are here, and they are gone. Thankfully, today, Israel can fight its battles with its own mighty sword, but Jews and our allies must take up our pens to tell the truth. We need to load our ink and charge our computers. We need to blast the truth into social media. We need to inundate the airwaves with podcasts. JNS is the frontline warrior of the pen. Millions of people around the globe read, watch, and listen to JNS. We combat the lies of the Palestinians and Hamas every day, magnificently, thanks to our CEO, Alex, and our editor-in-chief, Ashton Tobin, our incredible writers, and all of our staff. But our words need to reach more people faster every minute of the day. We need to win the war of the pen. With the help of all of you, our supporters, and our allies, we will win that war. Am Yisrael Chai.
Hello, thanks again for coming. I'm Josh Katzen, the publisher of JNS. It's good to see so many of you here today. Last year we had about 750 people. Today we've got 1,000, maybe 250 people are waiting to get in. This is the pro-Israel community, not the pretend pro-Israel community, not the social justice community, not the democracy community. This is the pro-Israel community. There's been a lot of thank yous given. I want to thank, first and foremost, President Trump. For years, the president has been Israel's best friend in the White House, and he's recently made the best and most important military alliance that Israel has ever experienced. And last week, President Trump turned his attention to the JNS summit and became our #1 recruiter. He created such an atmosphere of confusion and fear and uncertainty that 1,000 people felt that they had to come to this conference this week, right now. The purpose of this conference is to figure out, in the president's own words, what the hell is going on. I'd also like to thank the president for creating a feeling of community that had not existed in the past. For the first time in a long time, my Democrat friends who hate me because I support him and call me racist, and I agree. The deal is bizarre, if not crazy. It's at least bizarre. He's even made the Times of Israel look like a reasonable newspaper. So we have to thank him for everything he's done for us. It's been said that unless the parties to a contract have good intentions, contracts are not worth the paper they're printed on. This memorandum of understanding was signed electronically. Thank you very much. We are going to figure out what's going on in this conference. Thank you.
For thousands of years, footsteps have echoed on the stones of Jerusalem. Locals, kings, prophets, generals, and pilgrims. Each step helped shape the city. Every stride wrote another line in the story of a young city, 3,000 years old. Today, we are walking, and this is our moment to lead Jerusalem forward and step with its history into the future. Jerusalem Jerusalem is taking a step forward into advanced urbanism. High-rise construction alongside preservation of the city's identity and its surrounding nature. Green landscapes connecting the city's neighborhoods into a vibrant urban fabric. An urban renewal on an unprecedented scale, reshaping streets and neighborhoods, bringing social, economic, and environmental equity. A step forward out of congestion and traffic jams. A network of 3 light rail lines connected to the intercity train, linking all parts of the metropolis to the rest of the country. New entrances to the city. Paving a 130 kilometers network of bike lanes and renewing streets into beautiful, walkable spaces for exploration and connection. A step forward in creating advanced employment opportunities. Innovative workspaces attracting global tech giants to Israel's capital. A step forward in bringing the community back to the street. Creation of new leisure areas, parks and gardens to reconnect people. And a step forward in building a diverse and innovative education system for all. Jerusalem is investing in and cultivating a wide range of excellent educational programs, building a better future for everyone. In Jerusalem, there's no need for a time machine. Just look around and step together into a future already taking shape. Because in Jerusalem, the revolution is already underway.
The summit takes place in the city that has stood at the heart of Jewish history, identity, and sovereignty for more than 3,000 years. For the past 7 years, Moshe Leon has led Jerusalem through a period of unprecedented growth, overseeing major infrastructure, housing, and transportation projects while managing one of the world's most complex and consequential cities. It is my privilege to welcome the Mayor of Jerusalem, Moshe Leon.
Jerusalem is the next big thing. A city with a soul. The most complex city where truth and mercy meet. We are continuing to build Jerusalem. New centers for high-tech arts and education. 20,000 new housing units. This is just the beginning.
Moshe Leon.
Hello, everybody. His Excellency, U.S. Ambassador to Israel, my dear friend, Mike Huckabee, thank you for all you're doing for Jerusalem. CEO and Jerusalem Bureau Chief, Alex Treyman, the publishers, Joshua Katzen and Russell Pergament, Editor-in-Chief, Jonathan Tovin, Chief Rabbi of the Union of Orthodox Synagogue of South Africa, Rabbi Warren Goldstein, distinguished officials, CEOs, journalists, entrepreneurs, and honored guests, welcome to Jerusalem. It's a great pleasure to host you here in our eternal capital. Thank you to everyone at JNS for organizing this important conference. And thank you for the important work you do every day. JNS brings news about Israel and the Jewish world to people around the world. In these very difficult times for the Jewish people, that ability to open up our phone, our computer, and feel that the connection is a light in the darkness we are living through in very complicated times. Israel has faced huge challenges as a nation, as a society, and as a city here in Jerusalem. The past months have tested us in ways we could never have imagined. But Israel and Jerusalem as its capital has shown something very special. We have shown our ability to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. Even with all the challenges, even with all the pain of October 7th and the war we have fought ever since to defend our people, to bring our hostage home, we have always shown great resilience. Our people remain strong. Our spirit remains strong. And Jerusalem remains strong. In front of all the challenges and the challenges we are facing, one truth must be recognized. Whatever is agreed, whatever deals are made, we must always insist on recognition that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. Recognizing Jerusalem as Israel's capital means recognizing something much deeper. It means recognizing the Jewish people's right to live in this historic land. This land has been our homeland for thousands of years. Our connection to Jerusalem is not just political. It is historical, spiritual, it is eternal. Recognizing Jerusalem as the capital of the Jewish state is a foundation stone for just and lasting peace. As we all know from Psalms of King David, pray for the peace of Jerusalem, because when you pray for the peace of Jerusalem, you pray for the peace of the entire world. It will be so easy to end my words here with a message to the world about the importance of Jerusalem, but I think as we also need to send a message to ourselves, to Jews around the world, it is not enough to say, Israel is our homeland. It's not enough to say, Jerusalem is our home. It's time to make it so. As more and more Jews are not sure about their future in their countries, as mayor of Jerusalem, I want them to know we are building more and more homes, more and more office space, schools, sports, and cultural centers, and transport. And we cannot wait to welcome more and more Jews home. Thank you very much.
Few American ambassadors arrived to Israel with deeper personal ties to the country than Mike Huckabee. After more than 100 visits spanning decades, he now serves loyally as President Trump's representative in Jerusalem, strengthening one of the world's most important bilateral relationships while reflecting the unwavering support of millions of evangelical Christians. Please welcome U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee.
This is indeed the eternal home of the Jewish people.
We share a common value system: freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of government.
We stand with the people of Israel. Those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm deeply grateful. I was a little afraid when you all stood. I thought you were leaving. The very first speech that I made
when I arrived here as ambassador was to JNS a year and a half ago. So today, before I got here, I did something that I thought was very important. I checked President Trump's social media to make sure this was not my last speech in Israel. As you know, he typically fires people in the middle of the night by way of social media, so I wanted to make sure that there was a reason for me to come. I'm happy to report that so far, so good. I know there's been an enormous level of anxiety about the relationship between the United States and Israel. It's been one of those weeks where we're all reading things and saying, okay, yeah. Here's what I would just ask you to put in large print and underline it. I would say it this way: thank you for your attention to this matter. The one thing that the president has said as consistently as any man has ever said anything is that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, that Iran will never have enriched uranium, that Iran is not going to be able to continue flowing its support to its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, and that the United States and Israel have an unbreakable bond. And it really is still true today. There is no world leader that the president speaks to more than he does Prime Minister Netanyahu. Theirs is a relationship that is not just as two statesmen. It is deeply personal to the point that there is a candor between them that is probably unlike his relationship with anyone else. The president says things to people, and he says things to the world. But the one thing that I've always heard him say, always, and that I've always watched him do, is that America has an unbreakable bond with the state of Israel. And I trust that he means what he says. I still remember that he is the president that did something that we all wanted every president to do, and that's recognize Jerusalem as the undivided, indispensable, eternal, and indigenous capital of the Jewish people, and he did it. To recognize the Golan Heights as sovereign territory of the state of Israel for its own protection. To move the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, which he did, and I'm grateful for that. I'm so very thrilled to see the extraordinary video about Jerusalem and to hear the remarks of Mayor Moshe Leon. I don't just call him the mayor of Jerusalem. I love to call him my mayor because I live here. And he has been a remarkable partner to the U.S. Embassy and to every need that we have had, and a terrific person to be leading this city. And by the way, it is a remarkable city, and nothing like it in the world. Last year, I was back in Washington after the 12-day war with the Prime Minister and for the meetings we had with the President and the U.S. team. And while I was there, on two different occasions, I got surrounded by these pro-Hamas crazy people. One started out as two ladies. It ended up being about 20 people surrounding me, yelling and screaming, and it was really getting close to a little uncomfortable. Finally, some D.C. police officers came and extracted me. A couple of nights later, I was leaving the Blair House, where there was a reception, and some same pro-Hamas crazy people across the street recognized me. And that's not all it's cracked up to be. And they started screaming and yelling, and finally, Senator Jim Lankford of Oklahoma had a car coming. I was waiting on an Uber. And he said, "Just get in my car. I'm not sure you're going to make it till the Uber gets here." Thank the Lord for him. So he got me out of there, and I told some of my friends later, I said, I can't wait to get out of this crazy town and get back to Jerusalem where I feel safe. Now, the interesting thing is, they did what you did. They laughed, and they thought it was a punchline. I said, I'm not kidding. I really am anxious to get out of this crazy town and get back to Jerusalem because I feel safe there. And I do. And I'm grateful to live in this remarkable city and to have the opportunity to represent the United States of America. And I've watched, and I know there's anxiety, but folks, I have watched last year in the 12-day war when everyone wondered, what will the president do? Will he engage? And then on that Saturday night when the B-2 bombers roared from the U.S. all the way to Fordow and nuclear deposits and laid down bombs the likes of which the world had not seen, we know what he would do. Earlier this year, when it became apparent that the Iranians were intent on rebuilding their nuclear capacity and continuing what has been a 47-year threat against us. When I say us, I mean you and the United States. It's always been death to Israel, death to America. I was married with children in 1979, and I remember quite well when our embassy employees in Tehran were blindfolded and frog-marched across the grounds of our U.S. embassy, humiliating the United States of America, holding hostages for 444 days. And all that time, making it very clear that their intention was not merely to hold some American diplomats hostage, but was to kill every last American and annihilate the country. And the warm-up act was going to be to annihilate Israel. It's always been a threat. Americans may not understand it, but that threat is not a threat just to Israel. It is a threat to every American, and they have carried out that threat in pieces throughout these 47 years by killing hundreds of Americans, often through their proxies. And the most of them have been Hezbollah. And I hope that no one will ever think for a moment that the reason that Iran wants to maintain some control over the proxies is because that's how it's going to get its terror network capable of doing the most damage that it can. Let's be clear. The Iranian threat is best served when the spigot is turned off at the source and no more forces flow to Hezbollah, to Hamas, or the Houthis. And that's why this challenge with Iran, if we can get peace, wonderful. But even this afternoon, the president has issued very clear understandings to the Iranians that if they think that the United States is going to fold and collapse and let them have their way, he has made it clear what he will do. And what he said, well, it's words that I don't use those words, folks, even in private and certainly not in public. This week I got into a little bit of controversy unintentionally because I said something that I've been saying for years. It wasn't anything new, but I made the point, and I want to make it with you. One of the reasons that our nations are tied together is because it is upon the Jewish foundation that Christianity was formed, and upon the Jewish and Judeo-Christian foundation, Western civilization was formed, and without that, there would not be an America. It is as simple as that. I had people excoriating me from around the world saying, how dare you say it? I would say, how dare you flunked history? Are you not aware that our founders wanted to put as the seal of America the parting of the Red Sea? That in the House of Representatives in the United States, there is a marble fixture of Moses, not of Cicero, not of Aristotle or Plato, of Moses. Because our history is tied more to Mount Sinai than it is to Athens or Rome. It's tied to neither of them. It's tied to Israel. The 3,800-year continuity of the Jewish people from the time God said to Abraham, I'm going to make you a great people, and through you the world will be blessed. When our founders understood, they understood it in such a way that even in our Declaration of Independence, we made very clear that our rights don't come from government, they come from God. They come from the Creator. And where did they get that notion? They got it all the way back to this very city in Jerusalem. They got it clearly from the time of an unbroken history of the Jewish people having been connected to God and being a light to the world. And I want there to be no misunderstanding. Americans, whether they understand it or not, need to be grateful to God for the Jewish people and the foundation upon which freedom and the sanctity of the individual was founded, because that is what separates our values from the values of totalitarianism and dictatorship. I want no part of that. I like freedom, and the heart, the soul, and the genesis of that came from right here in this land. Let us never be apologetic for it. Psalm 121 says, I look to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help comes from the Lord. When people say Israel will be destroyed, I'm thinking they don't understand, do they? That this is not into the hands of any man or any country or any army on this earth. This land is in the hands of the Creator of the universe. And my confidence in Israel's capacity, not only to be here, but to last and to stay, is not because we have a great military and because Israel has a great military. It's because all of us have a great God who has made a promise, and He will keep that promise. I noticed when I started, there is a lady over here on the side, and she has a sign, and it says, stop. And in her other hand, there is a sword. I know what the sign means, and I think I know what the sword means. And with that, I will say, thank you, God bless you, and God bless the state of Israel.
The future of the special U.S.-Israel relationship. Israel's most important ally is the United States, and a strong argument can be made that Israel is among America's most important allies. There are shared values and common interests, but also points of contention, including ongoing American military aid to Israel. To discuss the future of the relationship, please welcome JNS Editor-in-Chief Jonathan Tobin in conversation with member of Knesset Ohad Tal, CEO of the Cherut Center for Israeli Liberty, Amiad Cohen, and Senior Fellow at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs and former Middle East advisor to U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney, David Wormser.
Stops. Thank you all for being here. We have a very important discussion in the limited amount of time that we have to answer that question that both the president and our publisher Josh Katzen asked and posed. What is going on? We know how special the relationship is between the United States and Israel. We know about the common values that unite Americans and Israelis. We know about the common foes that unite them. But where do we stand now? I have 3 questions. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll ask our panelists to be as brief as they can be in answering each of them. And let's start by addressing the current crisis. The last few months have been really a high tide of U.S.-Israeli cooperation, giving a lot of us a lot of reason to celebrate. And in the last week or two, there have been some questions raised about that. Question is this a bump in the road, or is this about something that could be a long-term threat to the relationship? Let's start by going around from stage right to stage left.
So first of all, thank you very much for having me here. I think there's a deep change in the Israeli-American relationship. I call it from a client to an ally. Israel used to be an American client in many ways. We used to be 100% supported and needed their support. But today, Israel, you can see that in the battle in Iran now, that we fought shoulder to shoulder as an ally. Israel needs to understand that. We became prosperous and financially capable of supporting ourselves. We don't need anymore the financial aid, military one. It's only 0.7% of the Israeli GDP, so it's insignificant compared to the 15% in the 70s. It's changing. Israel needs to address itself as an ally, a good, strong ally, and America needs to understand that we are an ally. Allies sometimes differ between themselves, as we can quote it, America first, but Israel first. And that's how allies works.
MK Tal.
First of all, thank God for Ambassador Huckabee, right?
Amen.
I told him when he left that I was thirsty to hear such words at this time. But I want to tell everybody, we have to wait and see where things are actually going, because we also have to remember what happened here in the past year, or a bit more than a year since President Trump stepped into office. No other president has ever done and has ever stood with Israel as President Trump did. And we also have to remember that. Now, we also have to prepare ourselves for a day that we will see another president in the White House. And most likely, the next president of America will not be as friendly and as supportive as President Trump was and is. And this is why we have to be much more independent, and we have to forge new alliances that will help us prepare for the future and for the future challenges.
David?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank Ambassador Huckabee, because I think we have to remind ourselves that the pillar of America, or the pillar of not only American civilization, but Western civilization, is Mount Sinai, Mount Moriah, and so forth. You don't need to look further than even Dostoevsky or so forth to talk about this sort of stuff, but we see it also all over American cultural heritage as the New Jerusalem. Now, in that context, what it really means is this debate over Israel policy in the United States isn't really about Israel. It's about the soul of America as a civilization and what it is. And I think the United States is entering a period of tremendous upheaval. The Enlightenment has sort of reached a certain point where there is a return to religion and understanding that there's a set, but what religion? There is a certain element of American power that has been overextended, overused, and America's sort of retreating back. And then finally, I think American political structures are entering a period of tremendous upheaval. I don't even think we should be talking about what happens if the Democrats rise or the Republicans rise. I'm not sure there's going to be a Democratic and Republican Party in 10, 20 years. I think we're entering an extreme upheaval, not violent, but political structural upheaval of our partisan structure. And Israel is only a reflection of that. So it's good news in that Israel isn't really the cause of this, but it's bad news in the sense that there are great forces at work in the United States that will effectively determine where we head.
Okay, my second question for the three of you is, where do you see the greatest threats to the special relationship. We know the Red-Green alliance that has spread throughout Europe of Marxists and Islamists. We know within the United States there is a growing woke anti-Semitic left that seems to have taken over much of the Democratic Party. And we know there is a minority within the Republican Party that is still very loud and that is equally, shall we say, woke and anti-Semitic. I'll start on this end. We'll go the other way around. David, what are you most worried about?
Well, since I think that the central divide in American society, and really Western society, are those who still defend the legacy of Western civilization as opposed to those who wish to destroy it. The Red-Green Alliance, I would add to it the rising brown, black, whatever color you want to give, fascism or so forth. So I think that's what's really worrying me the most, is that debate. And I think that's how we're going to have to organize ourselves inside the United States, externally. And this is what Israel really has to focus on, which is what are the foundations of Western civilization, which Ambassador Huckabee laid out very well. There is some elements additional to that, but I think the real thing that worries me most is the fact that in the United States, we are losing our ability to understand our own foundation, our own heritage, and with it, the rise of these powerful movements that fundamentally want to destroy Western civilization internally.
Yeah, I'll agree. I think as long as American exceptionalism works, then the U.S.-Israel alliance works. MK Tal, what do you say?
I'll be second for this question.
Okay.
Okay, this time. I think the danger is not for Israel. I think the danger, as has been said here, is for Western civilization. And look at what is happening now in Europe. I mean, before even America. Let's not even talk about America. Look at what is happening now in Europe. Look at how Europe is losing everything, is being taken over from within, and doesn't have the ability to fight back. And in that regard, I think the fact that Israel has shown in the past 2.5 years, when everybody thought that we will cave, we will give up on fighting, and we've shown the world that we will continue, we will fight all the way. We are strong, we are a proud nation, and we have the ability to fight all the way. I think it shows the value of Israel to the world. So the danger is not for Israel. The danger is actually to the world.
The number one threat for America is the Muslim Brotherhood. CAIR and the Muslim Brotherhood are trying to take over now Florida and Texas. And first they take Florida, then they take Texas, and then America falls. New York, they already took over. Now, it's not only a threat for America, it's a threat for Israel. In 15 years from now, Israel will have a war with Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood will eventually take over Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is a Sunni jihad, now, after we weaken the Shia jihad, will be a threat to the world. Turkey is now taking over. Fidan Khan, what's his name? The foreign minister, Hakam Fidan, the foreign minister of Turkey, announced that we took Haleb, we took Damascus, and Jerusalem is next. The Sunni jihad is the next enemy. Israel needs to be strong. America needs to be strong. Unfortunately, America is weak. Now, imagine you're an Israeli prime minister today. And you understand that in 15 years, you're going to have a war with Egypt, and you don't know who's going to be the prime minister, the president of the United States in 15 years from now. What do you do today to address that challenge? Even if it's an American one, the Muslim Brotherhood takes Texas and Florida, imagine where America can be. That's a threat not only to Israel, not to Western society, it's a threat to mankind.
Well said. My last question for the three of you is, how independent can Israel be from the U.S.-Israel alliance, as much as it values it? We've seen in the last couple of years with a president before President Trump who wasn't so friendly. But how, given the way the two militaries are so connected, given the limitations of being a small country in the Middle East, how independent can Israel be?
So people forget a story. October 2022, Netanyahu won the elections and Biden did not invite him to the White House. July 23, he was invited and he met Biden in the White House. What happened in between that actually enabled Netanyahu to be invited? No one remembers. But in June 2023, Netanyahu announced that he will be meeting Xi Jinping in China. That's the way that he got invited to the White House. Everyone knows that he didn't go to Xi Jinping to China, but we have to diversify our alliances in some ways. Acting as an independent ally is the only way to be actually really dependent and really an ally. Israel today has to start building its own military infrastructure only to be a real ally of America, understanding that America is first and America needs to care for its own interest, but Israel needs to care for its own interest and be Israel first.
I want to answer that through answering Vice President J.D. Vance.
I was hoping one of you would.
Okay, so I'll take it. I'll take it. And I want to tell him that what protects Israel is not American hands or American tax dollars. It's the God of Israel through the brave soldiers of the IDF. We are, as I've said before, we are a strong and proud nation. We were here for thousands of years, and we are planning to be here for many, many years to come, regardless of who's going to be the president in the White House. So yes, we are independent, we are strong, and we have plans to be here for a long, long time.
David?
Well, I think the emerging memorandum of understanding indicates, as I believe Amiad has said, that the fundamental nature of the relationship is changing and rebalancing, where Israel is much more of a partner. But I would say that's really only part of it. I think the ideas of Israel are also those kids in Gaza, those kids fighting in Lebanon. They're showing where the future of Western civilization is. They're not just fighting for Israel. They're fighting for reminding the world, which American youth, European youth, and so forth, it's alien to them. If Israel gets it right, it's also a partner in restoring and rehabilitating the ideas that are the foundation of Western civilization. As small as Israel is, it is really the country that will help rehabilitate the foundations, the pillars of Western civilization.
That's all well said. We have a couple of minutes left because we've all been very good in keeping our responses brief. But what's a brief response? You've already responded to Vice President Vance, but it raised the issue of, is Israel an ally or a vassal? How best do we respond as supporters of Israel, both Americans and Israelis, to this idea of just shut up and listen to what we say? Very quickly.
For those who think Israel's a vassal, they don't get the West, they don't get America, and it's a threat to both. Israel really is a partner. And if you don't remember that, then you lose sight of who you are and what Israel means. So I just don't see how possibly America can survive if it begins to lose itself that much. Israel is definitely a partner, and a very important partner.
I would just say, listen to our enemies. Listen to what they're saying. They're not moderate and they're not reasonable. They're chanting death to Israel, death to America. They are shouting, they're saying, Israel and America are partners and we are your enemies. And when Israel fights your enemies, America's enemies, then it proves more than any other thing that we are, in fact, partners.
Actions speak more than words. First of all, ask the American pilots, what do they think about the Israeli army?
Hear, hear.
Second, check Israeli GDP. Israel GDP needs to double itself in the next decade. We need to have the right leadership to do that, but we will pass America in the GDP per capita in the next decade if we act right. We have the talent, we have the capabilities, and we more than America in the meantime have the vision and the belief in ourselves. Israel should be only an ally to America and help America go back to be America that it used to be.
Hear, hear. Thank you all. Thanks to all three of our panelists. The relationship is still special, and let's all work to keep it that way.
Israel strives to defeat its enemies on the battlefield in accordance with the strictest standards of international law while avoiding civilian casualties. These are often contradicting objectives, and mistakes can lead to international condemnation or worse. To discuss Israel's conduct on the battlefield, please welcome host of the True East podcast on JNS and former IDF spokesman Doron Spielman, former IDF international spokesman and senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies Jonathan Conricus, and former commander of British troops in Afghanistan, Iraq, the Balkans, and Northern Ireland, and outspoken supporter of Israel, Colonel Richard Kemp.
The Israeli forces are fighting in a densely populated urban area.
Israel is vilified and subjected to double standards.
You have to have courage to defeat evil.
Hamas is using civilians as human shields.
Are we going to allow the largest terror cancer in the world to survive because of oil prices?
Israel cannot be much more flexible than it already has been.
Israel is fighting not only a just war, but it's fighting it in an entirely lawful way.
Thank you, Alex, for the introduction. It's an honor to be on stage with two dear friends, both of whom have both faced battle in Afghanistan and Lebanon and Iraq and numerous other actions over enemy lines, and have faced battle in front of the television and have done an incredible service to the Jewish people and to the state of Israel, unlike many others. And I think both of you truly deserve an incredible round of applause. Last week, Golani forces captured the Beaufort Castle. And then you look at the castle, it's this beautiful castle, and underneath the ground, as Israel's ambassador to the U.S. showed today, they captured an entire layer of a Hezbollah hideout, which was built not to attack Israel and create an October 7th, but to create 10 October 7ths, laden with weapons and with missiles, with battle plans, maps of all Israeli communities. And most people look at this and they say, 240 miles away? No. 24 miles away? No. How far, Jonathan?
Well, 8 kilometers.
Okay, translate that into miles, times 6?
4.5.
4.5 miles away. That's how far. Despite this threat, despite the fact that Hezbollah has been targeting Israeli troops, unfortunately, Israel Gantz, the head of the Benjamin Council, just left to lay to rest one of the Israeli troops who was killed in his community yesterday. Israel, at the request of the United States, has adhered to the ceasefire multiple times over the past week, and yet Hezbollah has violated the ceasefire. And despite all of this, Israel's been called irresponsible by some of our greatest friends and allies, and Israel's being cast as the aggressor. My first question to the two of you is a question I often get. Is it possible for us to win and not be blamed for winning? Let's start with you, Colonel Kemp.
Before I answer that question, I would just like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the remarkable men and women of the IDF. I've seen them fighting, and I know just how extraordinary they are. They are the most, I would say the IDF is the most extraordinary army in the world today. And in answer to the question, can you win without being blamed? The answer is no.
Would you care to elaborate? You're not going to get off that easy.
I thought we had to be. I thought
we flew you out here all the way from England.
I thought we had to be very brief.
Not that brief.
I mean, the reality is that Israel is an illegitimate country. It shouldn't exist. It has illegal settlements, illegal occupation, an apartheid regime. It carries out genocide. It starves its enemies on the battlefield. And therefore, anything that happens to Israel, so if anyone attacks Israel, they had it coming. Anything Israel does to defend itself, they're to blame. So no, it's not a matter of facts. It's a matter of perception among people around the world who, if you take, I'll just give you two examples of the double standards that are applied. Recent examples. The first one being Israel, the IDF killed X thousands of civilians in Gaza. And of course, in any war where there are civilians die. It's unfortunate, but it happens. And they were condemned across the globe for doing so. In Iran, in February, we're told something like 40,000 Iranians were killed by their own people. What was the response? Nothing. No marches, no protests, no violence, nothing around the world. And the second example, one of your government ministers attempted to humiliate people who came on a flotilla, a legitimate aid flotilla, to hopefully get to Gaza. And that was condemned around the world. That was a horror. That was a war crime. But the same people, when they got back to their own countries, in Spain and in Australia and maybe elsewhere, they were manhandled and beaten by their own police. And where was the condemnation of that? That wasn't a war crime. That was ignored. So anything Israel does, it's wrong, and totally different standards are applied to every other country in the world.
Jonathan.
So I'll deviate a little bit from the general sway in the room, and I'll say that we probably cannot and we won't be allowed to defeat our enemies in decisive warfare as we did in 1967, which is the last time that I know or remember that we were actually able to decisively defeat an enemy. But since then we've been fighting, and at most to a tie. And some of that is our own doing, some of it is external influences and limitations, including where we find ourselves today. But my issue is that I don't think that we're really trying nearly hard enough to actually gain the support, to make our case to the world, and to give the tens or hundreds of millions of people around the world who know what Colonel Kemp says, who know what you say, who know what we all know in this room, that Israel is fighting a very legitimate battle, very legitimate war of existence against the forces of evil. But many people around the world who want to support Israel, are left without real information and ammunition to stand up and help Israel and to be on our side, whether it's legislators, lay people, or just ordinary citizens. And I think that Israel must, and this is government, ministers, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the IDF. You and I both know that for the last 15, 20 days, the IDF hasn't done any interviews in English. Why? Because they are waiting for guidance from the political echelon. All this time, the media domain is dominated by the other side. And just like in battle, if you leave a vacuum for your enemy, he will populate it. If you aren't out there fighting, if you're not out there leading, framing the events, leading with the narrative, and in our language, bringing journalists in, giving them information, showing them what's happening, and fighting as we need to be doing in media, then we cannot be expected to be allowed to win. And I think, yes, I agree with what Colonel Kemp says. That's very true, but we need to try better.
So with an eye on the clock, I want to try to fit in a couple more questions here. Perception versus reality. Israel is isolated globally. The U.S. is our only ally, and we are fully dependent on the U.S. And without them, we would be annihilated. Guess who said this? Colonel Kemp.
Donald Trump?
Close. Very close. Just one notch below.
Deputy.
His deputy. What are your thoughts? Perception or reality?
I think it's very much a perception, not a reality. And we've heard from earlier panelists and also from Ambassador Huckabee, we've heard a bit more about the reality of the relationship between Israel and the United States. But having said that, I think America is very important to Israel, probably the most important country to Israel. But Israel has many other allies and friends around the world, and I would say particularly here and increasingly in the Middle East. We know about the Abraham Accords. There's every likelihood, in my opinion, the Abraham Accords will develop further and give Israel more friends. And Israel's friends and enemies in the Middle East have seen the extraordinary way in which Israel has fought this seven-front war with great effectiveness under terrible, in many ways, terrible odds. And they will respect that, and they will see that. And they have seen it, and they have asked for help from Israel in what they've done. there are other countries as well around the world who are looking to Israel for help and guidance. And I think one thing that someone mentioned earlier on, that the pen is mightier than the sword, which is something that was said by Lytton. Well, there's a very famous American general called Douglas MacArthur who said, whoever said the pen is mightier than the sword never encountered automatic fire, which I think is probably a truth. And I believe that Israel's actions, rather than, the narrative war that Jonathan's spoken about, etc., and the PR, etc., is very, very important. But I think Israel's actions are far more important than that. Israel will inspire the support of countries in the Middle East. It will also inspire the support of countries in the West, including in Europe. Europe is facing a very, very perilous situation. Europe is going to be facing, over the coming years, widespread violence across the whole of Western Europe, including the United Kingdom, and probably to the extent of civil war. And Israel's going to, and these countries are going to be looking towards Israel for their support. They already are. The threat of Russian drones and Russian ballistic missiles to Europe, they don't have an answer to it. They have no answer to it. Ukraine does, but they're looking to Israel for that answer. And someone else mentioned it earlier on, and I'll repeat it now. I speak as a goy, a mere goy. The Jews were put on the face of the earth to be a light unto nations. And Israel is being that light in defense of its own country. And I think most particularly, not just in military technology, but in the way in which those extraordinary men and women of the IDF have shown the world how to fight. And many countries in Western Europe, which are going to face this violence, will be looking to Israel to see how they're going to fight. So the narrative is one thing, but action, I think, is even more important.
So,
Jonathan, in the time that remains, give us your answer.
I'm wary of Israeli politicians campaigning, saying we are going to be independent of the US. I humbly think that is a reckless thing to say, because I don't think that Israel can defend itself using Israel-made platforms. We don't make F-35s, we don't make any of the Fs, and for over many years we have been limited from having a totally independent military industry. And if we're honest, the Israeli economy and our ability to produce heavy goods, like the ones that you'd need in military affairs, just isn't there. It may be there in the future, but to speak about it now as if that is something that is achievable before we sign the next MOU with the US, that is not realistic. So I would turn that on its head and say, definitely, we are an independent country. We show our merit on the battlefield and by the virtue of our hardworking people who are very industrious, who work long hours, who produce this tremendous economy that we have, who also serve in reserves, and who are able to do all of this, grow our GDP, exports, and many other things. And that really should be the resounding answer to whether or not we are independent. But let us not confuse ourselves, and let us not do the easy, childish thing of saying, okay, if you don't want to be our friends, then we don't want to be your friend. That isn't the position that Israel is in. I think that would be reckless, and I think we would be better served, and I think the US-Israeli alliance would be better served by emphasizing the tremendous good that Israel does to the US by fighting on its side and by being the best marketer of American weapon systems that has ever existed. We fight with American weapon systems and we defeat all of the enemies that the US has. And if I'm an American weapons developer, I don't have to work too hard to say how good the F-35 is in taking down Russian-made air defense systems. I just say, look at Iran. And if I'm a Russian salesman for the S-300 or the S-400, I have a serious problem. And I think we should work harder, not being insulted, but instead standing up strong, knowing our value, looking at our collective achievements as a people, as a nation, and then claiming that rightful seat at the table, as cited here before, as a partner, not as someone who is inferior in that sense, but really claiming that level of partnership because we've earned it, but not looking for ways to be spiteful and being insulted by reckless comments made by whatever politician on this side of the Atlantic Ocean or the other.
Thank you both very much.
For over 2.5 years, Israel has been at war with Iran and its network of terror proxies. After 6 weeks of intensive war in Iran, side by side with the United States, the war is now paused with the signing of Trump's controversial MOU. And while a major chapter may have concluded, the story is likely far from over. To discuss the topic, wake up. To discuss the topic on everyone's mind, please welcome American historian and author Edwin Black, together with Director of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security and former Director General of the Israel Ministry of Strategic Affairs, Yossi Cooper-Wasser, and host of the JNS podcast, Axis of Truth, journalist Emily Schrader.
Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time.
Where should a red line be drawn?
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
The days when the Jewish people remain passive in the face of genocidal enemies, those days are over.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk about Iran. And I have here the Memorandum of Understanding, and I checked 6 minutes ago, and it has not changed yet. I'd like to read from Section 2. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. And that causes me to tell J.D. Vance that this is here a democracy. Don't tell us what to think or to say. Okay, so let's start with the issue of this MOU. Yossi Cooper-Wasser, is it good, bad, or in between?
It's a bad,
Turn it around.
it's a bad MOU because of many reasons. First of all, it gives the Iranians a lot without giving us anything in the first stage. Secondly, it connects Lebanon to Iran, as this was already discussed. This is a big mistake. Thirdly, it gives legitimacy to the regime in Iran that we shouldn't have given because of everything they've done so far. And fourthly, what we get on the nuclear issue is very ambiguous, and the only thing that we have gotten is a commitment of the Iranians to do something about the enriched uranium they have. Not clear what exactly they are going to do. So if you add it all up, it's a bad MOU.
Do you think it's an actual reliable MOU, or is it just a fake out?
No, it's not a fake out. I think it reflects the interest of the United States to reach an agreement with Iran and to end the war in a way that would enable them to say that they have taken care of the Iranian nuclear project, but in return to allow Iran, the regime in Iran, to stay in power for a long period of time. And this is something we are really concerned about. We have to remember, when we went to this war together with the Americans, there were certain goals that we said that we are going to achieve. Most of them are those that can be achievable through the use of air power. And we managed to achieve these goals. We hit hard the Iranian nuclear infrastructure, including this that is necessary in order to weaponize. We hit hard the ballistic missiles production. We hit hard the leadership. We hit hard the scientists. We hit hard the military. We did a lot of things that can be achieved through the use of air power. But we had also all kinds of goals that cannot be achieved directly through the use of air power. And that we should have known in advance that it's going to be very difficult to achieve, especially since we should have known that the Iranians are going to use the capability to close the Hormuz Straits.
Emily, MOU, good, bad, or something else?
Well, I think everyone here who knows me knows I think this is an absolutely horrendous MOU. I do think it's serious, unfortunately. And I think one of the biggest problems with the part that you just mentioned, that you opened this segment with, is that saying we're not going to interfere in the territorial integrity or the internal affairs of the Islamic Republic, given that this is a regime which has 47 years of gross human rights violations, that recently, just on the cusp of launching this operation, slaughtered 40,000 people, their own people, in the streets, that continues to execute people every single day, that has thousands of people who are sitting in prisons that are undergoing torture simply for protesting, many of them being accused of being Mossad or whatever else the regime wants to put on them. To say for the United States, the defender of freedom, right? The leader of the free world, to respond to everything that's happened by saying we're not going to intervene in the internal affairs of Iran is completely unacceptable. As long as this regime continues to exist, there must be international pressure on the internal affairs. Otherwise, we're just talking over the Iranian people. Again, this cannot continue as is.
Excellent. All right, let's talk about ballistic missiles, which are not mentioned in this document. Yossi, can you tell us what the real threat is of ballistic missiles now? And let's include the Gayam family of missiles, the 105, the 120, which are being developed now, which will come in from outer space, please.
Well, first of all, to tell the Israelis or even the Americans who visit Israel quite often, as the people in this room do, what is the threat of the Iranian ballistic missiles? It's a little bit ridiculous. Everybody experienced it here in Israel for so many times. We have been running to the shelter so often, so I think it's ridiculous to tell you what is the threat of the ballistic missiles. But I think that what we have to realize is that what the Iranians had in mind, and that was repeatedly said by the American administration in the beginning of the war, the idea was to have so many ballistic missiles that the ballistic missiles can replace the threat of the nuclear weapon. That was the idea. That's why not including the ballistic missiles in this agreement is very problematic, to say the least. And we have to make sure that they are not allowed to produce them. Definitely not the kinds of ballistic missiles we already saw that they are able to reach. Diego Garcia with 4,000 kilometers range ballistic missiles. These missiles can reach almost everywhere in Europe. And they are planning to have ballistic missiles that can reach the United States as well. So if you don't deal with the ballistic missiles, it's a huge mistake. And on top of all of that, I think that the ballistic missiles should be seen also as a part of the nuclear project. Because how are you going to deliver the nuclear warheads if you don't have a ballistic missiles? The big mistake of the JCPOA was that it was preventing Iran from developing ballistic missiles that are designated in order to carry a nuclear warhead. But if the ballistic missile was not designated but can carry such a warhead, nothing was said about that. I think by now we have to make sure that we have some clause that prevents Iran from developing ballistic missiles that can carry nuclear warheads. And this is almost every ballistic missile that have the plan to produce, as you mentioned, all the new, even those they have now, and definitely the new ones that are going to produce.
Yes, because now they're going orbital and non-ballistic, especially with the Gayam series. Emily, you spoke passionately about the Iranian people and the fact that 42,000 of them were slaughtered. They slaughtered their own neighbors. They will think of what they would do to us. One of our aspirations was that somehow there would be a new, free Persian people in Iran, that this terrible mullah regime would be overthrown. What do you believe is the future for these people now?
I still believe that there will be, at some point or another, regime change. I haven't changed my position on that. I didn't think that would be achieved through a war. I don't think it can be achieved through a war. It really has to come from the people. However, it can be enabled, which is what we were hoping to see, and actually what we heard from both the United States and from Israel at the time of the beginning of the operation. That said, it looks like the timeline is going to take a little bit longer. It doesn't give me any pleasure to say that, because I know that the price of time is being paid in the blood of the Iranian people. And the fact that the international community doesn't seem to understand that is extremely disturbing. It sets a very bad precedent. It's not a deterrent. It actually encourages human rights violations because it shows that there's no accountability. And it shows that even with this memorandum of understanding, that you can even be rewarded when you treat your own people this way and when you behave this way. Now, one of the things that's so frustrating about this MOU and the whole way that this war was managed is that President Trump unilaterally declared a ceasefire very suddenly at the same time that the IDF was actually striking Basij, which are IRGC checkpoints that they set up in cities. Now, this is one of the mechanisms that the regime uses to prevent large-scale protests from building inside Iran. They have been worried about this since the last wave of violence between Israel and the United States. Very, very heavy persecution of the Iranians on the ground. And really the only way to assist in that is with the small-scale operations that we saw Israel starting to do. What stopped that? President Trump. Again, at the end of the day, the needle that's going to move the situation in Iran, that's going to bring about a new future for those people, and I do believe that they will achieve it, but it's going to have to come from the people. So that's what we need to see on that front.
Yossi, do you think that in 60 days from the signing of this MOU that there will be no final agreement, there will be an extension of discussion, or we will return to kinetic warfare?
Well, first of all, I doubt that we should be able to reach an agreement within 60 days because both sides are in a position where they cannot show the flexibility and the concessions that are necessary in order to reach an agreement because of their own audience and because of their own commitments. I mean, I don't think that President Trump can enter an agreement that does not put an end to the Iran nuclear project. And at the same time, I don't believe that Kalibaf is able to sell an agreement that puts an end to this project. So I don't think that we're going to reach an agreement. That said, I do think that there's a chance of extension because of all kinds of timetables that both sides have. So we can see an extension. And I have to emphasize in this respect two things. First of all, from an Israeli point of view, we should regard this matter of ceasefire and negotiations as something that should not hamper our determination to keep control of all these areas where we, unlike the other Western countries, do put boots on the ground in order to defend ourselves, in order to guarantee that we have defensible borders, both in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Syria, in the Judea and Samaria area. All these places we should go and do what's necessary, regardless of the ongoing negotiations. That is extremely important. I'm happy to see that for the first time today, President Trump shows some understanding to this policy. That's a major achievement. Secondly, we should encourage the Americans to understand what needs to be in a final agreement, because they sometimes tend to forget. It's not that they don't know, but they tend to forget occasionally. So we have to make sure that this agreement should put an end entirely to the ability of the Iranians to produce nuclear weapons in the future. That is necessary. The no enrichment, taking out all of the enriched uranium out of Iran, having a verification and monitoring system that can be relied upon. All of these things are critical, and no ballistic missiles that can carry nuclear weapons.
Eminently, what's next for the American government and for the American media and the American population in this war?
Well, I have 12 seconds, so I can't answer all of that in 12 seconds, but I think we are going to see the United States continuing to make every effort, including efforts they shouldn't be making, to make a deal with the Islamic Republic. I think this is a strategic mistake. And we've mentioned the nuclear, we mentioned the ballistic missiles, but I do want to add on to that the issue of the proxies is a huge issue. It's not being discussed at all. It's not a part of the agenda. And even more concerning is that we're talking about the release of billions of dollars to the Islamic Republic of Iran, which for 47 years has used every single dollar, shekel, whatever currency you want to count in, to go towards those terror proxies, to destabilize this region, to launch wars, to murder civilians all over this region. And the President of the United States is really throwing them under the bus throughout this region, not just the state of Israel, but the rest of the region as well, that has been receiving hundreds of ballistic missiles, drone attacks, ongoing violence, civil wars even prior to this wave of conflict. And that's something that we cannot allow. And for that reason, I personally am against any deal that releases funds to the Islamic Republic of Iran, because as long as this regime is in power, they will continue to use every dollar towards terrorism, and that's not something we should allow.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
We're only 1 minute over.
Sylvan Adams is president of the World Jewish Congress Israel region and one of the most influential Jewish leaders shaping Israel's global image today. As a son of Holocaust survivors, Adams has dedicated his life to strengthening Israel and its ties with Jewish communities worldwide. He's also advancing a national plan to bring 1 million immigrants to Israel. A Canadian-Israeli businessman and philanthropist, Adams is the only Israeli signatory to the Giving Pledge, committing the majority of his wealth to Jewish issues in the state of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sylvan Adams.
Ladies and gentlemen, and apologies to Alex, who just gave a nice introduction. I had a different speech planned for this evening. In the program, my subject is Israel's position on the world stage. I had intended to speak to you about our 8th battlefield enemy beyond our 7 physical wars, an enemy Prime Minister Netanyahu had begun describing in his speeches during the last year. The premeditated scourge of worldwide anti-Semitism that has been orchestrated, organized, and financed by clever, evil, and determined enemies of our Western civilization. I'm referring to the Muslim Brotherhood and its financial backer, the endlessly resourced nation of Qatar, and its oily emir, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. Aided and abetted by the emir's political allies, Erdogan of Turkey, and in a different way, China, which provides diplomatic cover to the conspiratorial haters. Instead, I've decided to change my topic to the one that is currently consuming Israelis, which is on the minds of millions around the globe: President Donald Trump's MOU with Iran. On paper, it is difficult to imagine a worse deal, one arguably worse even than Barack Obama's hideously flawed JCPOA. In fact, some analysts have called Trump's deal JCPOA 2.0, a deal that caves on virtually every one of the US president's demands and which sells out Israel, allowing Iran to rebuild its missile arsenal, rearm its proxy network, and which even ties our hands in Lebanon, where nearly 1 million of our citizens have been chased out from their homes in the country's north. Trump yells at our prime minister, yet praises the sensible Iranian military dictators. Trump's recent public remarks to journalists have been scathing towards Israel, and he riffs farcically about replacing Israel with the feeble Syrians in Lebanon with the task of disarming Hezbollah. Syria in Lebanon would open the door for our other enemy, Erdogan, to sit right on our border. In the MOU, Trump commits America never to attack Iran again or to promote regime change. It provides the weakened Iranian regime a release of their 50 to 100 billion in frozen or restricted foreign assets, as well as committing 300 billion in new investment in Iran, all resulting in handing the IRGC dictators a desperately needed economic lifeline. The MOU also seems to compromise even on the nuclear issue, wherein Iran might be allowed to enrich uranium to lower levels while downblending its highly enriched nuclear stockpile. Worse, perhaps, Trump has sold out the long-suffering Iranian people, to whom he told in March to get ready to take their country back from this evil regime. So how could the so-called master of the deal have concluded such a terrible one? Allow me to offer a contrarian view and engage in some optimistic speculation on what I think Trump is doing. For the record, I'm not citing state secrets. This thesis is my logical take on the situation based on conversations I've had with well-placed sources, as well as my personal observation of the US president. In February, after reaching an impasse on negotiations with Iran, Trump withdrew his personal emissaries, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. He then, without warning, initiated Operation Epic Fury in concert with Israel, America's most competent and perhaps only true ally. So how could these same negotiators, together with the genial Vice President J.D. Vance, come back with a deal that now grants all of Iran's previously rejected terms? To me, it was clear that in this round, Trump gave his team their marching orders, which I paraphrase as, get me a deal which opens up the Strait of Hormuz and don't quit until it's done. Of course, the Iranians, sensing their interlocutor's weakness, ensured that, just like they did with John Kerry during the JCPOA negotiations, the terms were entirely skewed in their favor. Is this really the same Donald Trump? How could he have made such a radical U-turn? Let's reconstruct what has happened. When the president embarked on Epic Fury, he appeared to believe that it would take about 60 to 90 days and it would ultimately result in regime change in Iran, particularly when Iran's political and military leadership was eliminated in the opening minutes of the first bombing runs. But the Iranians have proved far more resilient and a tougher challenge than what Trump and perhaps even Bibi may have imagined. Additionally, Iran gained economic leverage over the president by impeding navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump's response, blockading Iranian ports and embarking on Operation Economic Fury, appeared to be a good tactical reply. And Trump initially outwardly exhibited patience, telling media that he was in no rush. He also told an increasingly non-supportive American public that temporary higher gas prices were a small price to pay to be free of the Iranian nuclear threat. But Trump has a big agenda for the next 4 months. Of late, he's begun to appear increasingly desperate to resolve the war goals through negotiations rather than with force or economic pressure, resulting in the MOU that was signed between the two belligerents. Of greatest importance, Trump has the U.S. midterm elections in early November. Given how unpopular the war is with the American public, Trump legitimately fears losing both houses of Congress, which would render him a weakened lame duck for the remainder of his presidency. Trump also has the U.S.'s 250th birthday celebrations on July 4th, which follows his own 80th birthday party, which he celebrated in his own unconventional style last week with a UFC event on his front lawn. Finally, Trump's nation is the host of soccer's World Cup, which will conclude in New Jersey on July 19th. In order to try to win his elections and peacefully celebrate his summer plans, Trump was forced to give in on virtually every pre-war goal in order to persuade Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz so that he could lower the price of oil. Hence, the terms of this deal are one-sided and demonstrably awful. But the deal is tiered. The MOU grants both Trump and Iran economic relief. Opening the strait to commercial vessels removes the immediate pressure on Trump, while the parties continue to negotiate the hardest issue, Iran's nuclear program, which the Iranians have shown, even under the most intense assault, they are not inclined to give up. What if the MOU is just a massive head fake by Trump, wherein the negotiations continue in a predictably futile manner during the statutory 60 days, followed by another 60 days, as is contemplated in the MOU, which periods will end weeks after the U.S. midterms? Trump can campaign on the basis of low oil prices and his peace deal with Iran. As a bonus, yelling at and taunting Bibi is likely to be popular in increasingly isolationist America. The irony here is that Trump's will be the side that is stalling for time, which has always been the Iranian tactic in previous negotiations. In other words, for now, the MOU is a Hormuz for Hormuz deal, with most of the economic and other one-sided benefits accruing to Iran only once the more difficult issues have been resolved and agreed. Trump will get the economic relief he needs before the midterms. The price of oil will drop, as will U.S. gasoline prices at the pump. The U.S. and other countries could replenish their strategic oil reserves that have been depleted. After 120 days of on-again, off-again negotiation, does anyone doubt that the newly emboldened Iranians will ultimately reject Trump's basic terms for an agreement on the nuclear issue? The president will then have a free hand during 2 election-free years to fully defeat this Iranian dictatorship. He doesn't even have to go back to war. He can simply, vigorously prosecute Operation Economic Fury while having the formidable U.S. Navy and other U.S. military assets escort commercial ships through Hormuz, hopefully with the help of NATO allies. These 4 months would enable better planning for the eventual Hormuz operations, both the blockade of Iranian shipping and the facilitation of commercial navigation through the strait. In addition to Trump not being satisfied with Iran's offer on the nuclear issue, I cannot believe that Trump would allow Iran to hold Hormuz hostage. This blackmail could, in the future, be invoked again and again and again, anytime something occurs that displeases the dictators. Instead, a return to economic fury will halt Iranian oil shipments. When the ports are blocked, Iranian oil facilities will fill up to their full capacity, requiring them to shut down their production, permanently damaging some of their wells. Trump did not want that to happen right now, as it risked a dramatic market reaction to a reduction in Iranian supply before those important midterm elections in the U.S. So with this MOU, he is temporarily taking his foot off the gas pedal and will coast in neutral for the next 4 months while he eases his economic pressures. Iran has experienced perhaps $1 trillion of economic damage. To further stabilize the oil market, Trump is providing a temporary waiver on sanctioned oil. A few months during which they collect a few billion per month won't materially repair the broken Iranian economy. No hot wars, no boots on the ground. All this needs is time and patience. 2 commodities Trump is lacking in the run-up to the midterms. Trump is tough and a very smart man. In Hebrew, we would say, Trump, hu lo friar. Trump is not a sucker. I remind that for decades, he has consistently repeated that the only way to deal with the Ayatollahs is by force. He knows that you cannot make deals with this cheating regime, as they will lie and obfuscate just as they've always done. In fact, when have these types of international deals with inspections and the like ever succeeded before? Iran has always cheated, and this regime will always cheat in the future, exactly as Trump acknowledged when criticizing Obama's JCPOA. So let me state clearly, the only way to eliminate the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran is through regime change. This can be accomplished through economic means, combined with arming, protecting, and encouraging of local forces in Iran. This is the best opportunity we've ever seen to eliminate this malignant regime and free the long-suffering Iranian population from their despised leaders. A regime now led, seemingly, by an IRGC that sent in its Basij militia to slaughter tens of thousands of brave Iranian protesters fighting for their basic freedom during 2 dark days in January. A regime that will soon be relegated to the scrap heap of history. Together with a long line of other genocidal and existential threats to the Jewish people and to the entire free world. Removing the Iranian dictators will cement Trump's legacy, ensuring that he will be admired for his steadfastness for the people of Iran. Despite the MOU, I still trust the president. He didn't suddenly lose his wisdom and courage to a group of Iranian pipsqueaks. To borrow and slightly corrupt Neil Armstrong's famous moon landing declaration, the MOU is one small step backwards in order to take a giant leap forward for the good of mankind. God bless President Donald J. Trump. God bless the United States of America. God bless Israel and the Jewish people. Am Israel Chai.
Brooke Goldstein has dedicated her career to confronting anti-Semitism through the rule of law. As a human rights attorney, filmmaker, and founder of the Lawfare Project, she has blended the use of legal action and media appearances to defend Jewish interests and hold adversaries accountable. Please welcome to the stage, Brooke Goldstein.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Alex, everyone at JNS, for giving me the honor to address you today. There's a lot of talk these days about pro-Israel advocacy. There's a lot of conferences on combating anti-Semitism, polling on how to win hearts and minds, endless discussions about messaging, narratives, and public relations. People keep saying Israel has a PR problem. I disagree. The Jewish state does not have a PR problem. Bnei Israel, the ancient, powerful tribe of the children of Israel, who have survived all of our enemies and who have thrived after attempted genocide after genocide, we don't have a PR problem. In fact, our narrative is so powerful, it has been copied by others as they attempt to use it against us. An indigenous people with our olive orchards in the hills surrounding Jerusalem, kicked out of our land, subjected to occupation, colonization, genocide. Finally, the United Nations recognizes our state, but we are still denied it by the world. Whose story is that? Is that the Palestinian narrative, or is it ours? But wait, I am a Palestinian. My ancestors identified as Palestinian. Palestinian was the equivalent of the N-word given to Jews after we were colonized and kicked out of Judea, where we are from. Jews are from Judea. The fact that this fact is in and of itself challenged, and that we spend millions of dollars in PR campaigns to prove to the world really what they already know and are intentionally denying, that Jews are from Judea means the narrative is so jumbled by now, so distorted. The battlefield is so elusive that I'd just like to pose a thought here, a basic premise that maybe we all can work up from. Perhaps it is not our job to win a PR war. It is not the job of the Jewish people to convince the world to love us. Just like it is not our job to create another Palestinian Islamic state in a sea of failed Islamic dictatorships. And it is certainly not our job to seek permission to exist. The modern state of Israel exists because David Ben-Gurion refused to ask permission. He declared independence even when he was advised and threatened not to. Imagine if he had listened. Imagine if the Jewish people had waited for approval to establish our state. And what lesson have we learned? Are we still waiting for approval and asking permission to build Jewish homes and Jewish schools for our children in Judea? Jewish survival has never depended on permission or explanations or on winning defensive PR campaigns. And yet for decades, billions of dollars are spent on this so-called pro-Israel advocacy. But anti-Semitism, as we know, is on the rise, as it does and ebbs and flows throughout history. Anti-Zionism is growing, and despite all of this money being thrown at this very specific narrative, the needle is moving in exactly the opposite direction. So why are we still funding a PR battle for Israel's image with the hope that it's going to make Jews safer? Because we have confused two very different things. There is a difference between advocating for Israel and empowering Jews. And it's the difference between politics and civil rights. Jewish sovereignty is not a political issue. It is a civil rights issue. Jews have a civil right to govern themselves and live in Judea. There can be no Jew-free zones in Judea. The right of a Jewish person to pray on the Temple Mount isn't a political issue to be negotiated. It represents a core civil rights issue in the Jewish state. If the Temple Mount, the holiest of holies, under Israeli control, is the one place in the civilized world where it is illegal for a Jew to pray, what have we accomplished here? What's happening on American college campuses is not a political issue about Israel. It is a civil rights issue that goes to the core of our democracy. Jewish students have a civil right to an environment free of targeted discrimination on campus, regardless of what's happening thousands of miles away. Jewish and Israeli business owners have a legal right not to be discriminated against in a commercial context based on their religion, what they look like, or where they were born. You can't have a sign on a window that says no gays allowed or no blacks allowed. You cannot have a business that says no Israelis or no Jews allowed. And you know who set that legal precedent? Jewish lawyers arguing for other minorities. And the more that we respond to anti-Jewish discrimination with pro-Israel advocacy, the more we give them an affirmative defense to discriminate against us. What we are saying is that our civil rights as a minority community and our demand for equality under the law is conditioned on or related to or dependent on winning a political argument about a foreign state. That is not how civil rights movements work. Civil rights movements do not have PR campaigns defending foreign governments. The right of Chinese Americans aren't dependent on how China handles COVID. The right of African Americans are not dependent on the actions of the government of Sudan. And the fact that the Muslim Brotherhood has disguised its stealth jihad to destroy the West from within as an anti-Israel campaign and as as a pro-Palestinian advocacy move does not mean that we have to play into that narrative. There is a difference between advocating for Israel and empowering Jews. So what does Jewish empowerment look like? It looks like the recent lawsuit filed by Texans for Israel, initiated by an extraordinary legal team led by Professor Eugene Kontorovich, who is here with us today, supported by the Lawfare Project against the Biden administration, challenging the racist, discriminatory sanctions against Jewish settlers, and of course the Jewish organization Regavim, which just last week resulted in a historic settlement which reads, with the United States government, which reads, quote, "The United States categorically rejects any policy that would infringe upon Israel's sovereignty or target private organizations and Israeli citizens in the West Bank." So, as I must conclude now, even though I have more examples of Jewish empowerment, the lesson is very simple. We do not need explanations on Israel. We need stronger Jews, empowered Jews, Jews who are not afraid to speak freely about radical Islam, Jews who are not afraid to impose consequences for Jew hatred in the courtroom or otherwise. Because when the Jewish people stop asking for permission and start exercising our rights, the future will belong to us. Thank you.
Advancing Israel's interests is not just about identifying challenges, it's about driving policy. At this year's summit, we were privileged to work very closely with the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs as our premier policy partner to craft the summit agenda and the JNS Policy Compendium. Our next speaker has his finger on the pulse of the region while eloquently defending Israel. Please welcome President of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs and host of the Our Middle East podcast on JNS, Dr. Dan Diker.
Thanks, Alex. Richard, thank you very much. Rabbi Goldstein, an honor to sit next to you. Alex told me that some of our most esteemed guests are here. So I have one less minute than I thought. I'm going to pick up on what Sylvan and Sylvan said and what Brooks said, to say it's really good, first of all, to be here among friends. It's such a consequential moment for the Middle East, for Israel. You know, militarily, Israel has demonstrated remarkable success and strength, determination. And together with the United States, we've removed an immediate existential threat by destroying much of Iran's ballistic and nuclear weapons program. But Israel's most difficult challenge outside of the military battlefield is harder to see. It's a challenge of influence, of perception. It's a battle against psychological warfare and disinformation. In a recent interview that we've talked about at length, ad verbatim this evening, Vice President Vance said he thought that Israel's panic and freak out about the American evolving memorandum of understanding with the Islamic Republic represented somehow Israel's mistrust of America. But I think if we listen to what Sylvan said, I think we should listen very carefully, because Dr. Sebastian Gorka, one of the most senior people in the White House today, said something quite similar just about an hour ago. If you check your X. And I think that it behooves all of us to focus our suspicion on our joint enemy, the Islamic Republic, and their terror proxies, not on President Donald Trump in the United States. For the last 47 years, dear friends, we watched the Iranian regime deceive the world. They deceived the International Atomic Energy Agency about their nuclear weapons program. They denied funding, supplying, and directing their murderous terror proxies. And at the same time, in Persian, Iranian leaders from Khomeini to Ahmadinejad, no longer with us, to Khamenei, no longer with us, have declared the regime's intentions to annihilate Israel in pursuit of the radical Shiite Mahdi, the Messiah. Iran's deception is part of its total jihad warfare strategy, and they're not alone. The enemies of the West and Israel are fighting a battle for hearts and minds, of narratives, of legitimacy, of actually remaking reality itself. Today and for decades prior, Israel has been labeled as colonial, apartheid, racist, and genocidal, and even recast as an illegitimate and illicit state. And this false narrative, dear friends, Israel's defense is called aggression, its survival is called domination, and its security is oppression. But the ideological and political assault against the Jewish state and the Jewish people is a convergence of Islamism, the radical left, and the extremist right, increasing today, and surprisingly in the United States, the red, green, and brown assault. It's not an alliance, it's a parallel assault of converging interests on the one and only nation-state of the Jewish people. Their common objective is the annihilation of Israel and the dismantling of the Zionist project, part of a broader project against Western civilization and influence. And the roots of this global assault stretch back generations, and they reach across from the Middle East to the West. Nearly 100 years ago, I think all of us in this room, or most of us, remember Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the first Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, a close ally of Hitler and the Nazis. He laid the ideological foundations of modern political warfare against Jewish sovereignty in Israel. In a 1944 Arabic language broadcast from Berlin, he declared, "Kill the Jews wherever you find them." He called for the bombing of Tel Aviv and bringing the final solution to Jews in the Holy Land. Now, his eliminationist ideology was shared by the political Islamism of the Muslim Brotherhood established in 1928, and throughout the 20th century, the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communist Party weaponized the Palestinian cause, transforming it from a refugee issue into the third world's liberation poster child and darling of the global far left. Israel was depicted as the ultimate example of Western colonialism, imperialism, and oppression. And the idea here was to undermine Israel and to weaken the United States. To undermine Israel, weaponize it in order to weaken the United States. The Arab states and the Soviets attacked Israel at the United Nations endlessly, mercilessly, while China provided aid and weaponry to the Palestinian terrorists. This campaign of cancellation culminated in UN General Assembly Resolution 3379 in 1975, Zionism is racism. And Israel was able to do virtually nothing to prevent it. That resolution, at that moment, would become the central tenet of today's rejection of Israel, and in my assessment, paved a direct path to the October 7th invasion and mass murder. This red-green assault continued in the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979. Ayatollah Khomeini banded together with Iranian communists, the PLO, and the Soviets. The Iranian regime then purged its socialist comrades and became the world's most dangerous state sponsor of terrorism, developing the world's most dangerous weapons. The Islamists, from the Ayatollahs to Osama bin Laden to Hamas, have learned to appeal to the West by using the progressive language of human rights and anti-imperialism. Bin Laden targeted America and Israel together as the Zionist Crusader Alliance. Do you remember his letter to America that came just months after the 9/11 atrocities? He argued that the West's intervention in the Muslim world would lead to a forever jihad. And after October 7th, Bin Laden's letter to America became a TikTok sensation in November 2023. Its non-interventionist message resonating with young Americans watching the Israel-Hamas war play out in the Gaza Strip. Now, here's a news item. Today, Dr. Erwin Mansdorf, a senior scholar and fellow at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, issued a poll, which you can find at jcfa.org. Listen to this. Fewer than 50% of Americans say that Iran, the Iranian regime, is an enemy of the United States. Fewer than 50% of Americans polled say that Iran is an enemy of the United States, and only 60% of respondents said that they believe that 9/11 was connected to radical Islam. And that level of ignorance is why we're feeling a little bit anxious right now. The red, green, and now brown narrative assault against Israel has entered the mainstream of Western discourse. And having just returned before Shabbat from New York, and having had the honor to march in the Salute Israel parade, which New York's Hamas-supporting mayor and his wife, Zohan Mamdani, just called AIPAC monsters, while his campaign promoter, Palestinian-American pro-Hamas activist Linda Sarsour, said she would clean up American politics by promoting democratic socialists and particularly Islamists who advocate for a free Palestine from the river to the sea. Sarsour associate and Palestinian-American activist Nurdin Kiswani of SUNY Law School, remember her from X? She chanted, "We want all of it," referring to the state of Israel. So what does this show us? Like the Intifada of 2001 did, in that even Israel submitted to the Oslo peace plans in the 90s, the result, globalized the Intifada. That narrative has been drilled into the mind of the West. And at Oslo, more than 30 years ago, even 33 years ago to be exact, Israel fell into the trap of negotiating with the jihadist terror organization, the Palestinian Authority, and the Fatah, bent on our destruction. We were convinced that we could re-engineer the PLO's DNA and turn it into some moderate body called the PA. A catastrophic mistake, lessons learned. We are implementing that lesson now. So soon, we will come under pressure, dear friends, and I submit to you from the United States and from the Europeans to establish, as Brooke had mentioned, yet another terrorist, Islamist, Palestinian state, which will be a shortcut to the next October 7th, and in our view, will not be allowed by any Israeli government. So where did Oslo and Gaza disengagement leave us today? Terror, October 7th, global cancellation, isolation, and negation. The PA and the Hamas have inverted our legitimacy, and the result has been a total cancellation campaign called BDS, the UN equating us with terrorists, charges of genocide at the ICC and the ICJ, so-called human rights organizations issuing reports against Israel monthly, pro-Hamas demonstrations on campuses and streets around the world. The Russians, the Chinese, the Islamists, and the global left have converged upon Israel and America. Political, diplomatic warfare, legal warfare, psychological warfare, media distortions. This is the eighth front that we've heard about this evening. And that eighth front seeks the implosion and the annihilation of the state of Israel by splitting us from the diaspora Jewish community and from the United States. This nuclear bomb of ideological proportions has already been dropped on Americans, and the fallout has turned Israel into radioactive material in the international community. So, what does Israel need to do right now to lead the information war campaign? And we need to do this now. This is a moment of tikkun, of correction. We need to be smart. We're right, but we need to be smart. We need to focus on our enemies, not on publicly attacking our allies. We need to take the offensive by exposing and attacking the eighth front. We need to hold international institutions accountable. We must expose the radicalism and work to expand the Abraham Accords and what Prime Minister Netanyahu said in July 2024, the Abraham Security Alliance, which I believe in the coming months will bear fruit. This has been our mission at the JCFA, the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, in our joint work with our Middle Eastern team of Jews, Arabs, Muslims, Christians, Druze team members, Kurds, and Iranians all. The Middle East in a bottle out of Jerusalem. And we all agree that Israel is the solution for a more stable, secure, and prosperous Middle East with no tolerance policy for malign actors or international institutions advancing slander and libels against us. Zero tolerance. Israel's moving in the right direction, and Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar's move to sever contact with EU official Kaja Kallas, who slandered Israel with the apartheid libel, is a very good start. But Israel still needs a more strategic and institutional solution. We need a national strategic influence and information security directorate to be established now. And that should report directly to the Prime Minister's office. This headquarters will integrate and unite the messaging of the IDF spokesperson's unit, intelligence agencies, cyber units, the foreign ministries, and all of our embassies around the world. And the directorate will monitor globally. It will detect threats early. It will respond quickly and coherently. It will deploy data and technology, AI, open source intelligence, narrative analysis to prevent crises and respond to them when they happen immediately. It must also expose our enemies 24/7. The United States established similar offices to defeat the Soviet Union, if we remember back in the 1980s, and I'm happy to talk with you about this later in further detail. Israel must understand the nature of the war that it faces and act accordingly. The time is now. And thank you for your attention to this matter.
For decades, Melanie Phillips has been one of the most fearless and influential voices defending Western civilization, Israel, and the Jewish people. Through her books, columns, and commentary, she's become one of the world's leading critics of moral relativism, anti-Semitism, and the assault on Western values. Please welcome journalist, best-selling author, and JNS senior contributor, Melanie Phillips.
If there's no such thing as objective truth, there's no such thing as a lie. Cultural relativism.
Educate the uneducated. The war against Israel is an Islamic holy war. The global battle for civilization.
Every country, every nation is failing, in the West, is failing to reproduce itself.
Melanie Phillips.
Thank you very much, Alex. Good evening, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, this past week has been a shocking one. President Trump produced a ceasefire agreement that seems to have been dictated by Tehran. He and J.D. Vance lashed out viciously at Israel, America's close and indispensable ally in this war. Now, Donald Trump is the only American president ever to have waged war on the Iranian regime. He and Israel had it on the ropes. Their achievements in drastically weakening the Iranian regime have been absolutely astonishing. So why did he suddenly release the pressure, throw away his advantage, and hand Iran the power to dictate events? Well, I suggest the answer to that puzzle links America, Britain, and Europe. None of them properly understands the war being waged against them all. This is an unprecedented and seismic moment in history. The onslaught upon Israel and the Jewish world is coming at us from all sides. The barbarities of October 7 presented the West with a challenge. Would it choose civilization or barbarism? Much of the West, we can now see, alas, has turned its back on civilization. Instead of supporting Israel against genocidal attack, it's turned instead against Israel and the Jewish people in an unprecedented loss of reason and moral compass. What we are seeing is, first and foremost, an Islamist war against the West being waged through an onslaught against Israel and the Jews. The Islamists have always told us, first, we are coming for the Jews, and then we are coming for the Christians. Now, much of the West, alas, does not understand this. It is not joining up the dots. As a result, in Britain, Europe, and America, there's a refusal to do what it takes to defend itself. President Trump has turned on a dime to escape from a trap. This trap is because, in his words, an imminent global economic disaster caused by Iran taking hostage the Strait of Hormuz cannot be tolerated by him. But we have to ask, how in the world is mighty America unable to defeat a massively weakened Iran? The short answer is that to do so probably requires American boots on the ground. And that is something the president will not commit himself to do, because the American people wouldn't wear it. Why is that? It's because they don't think the war with Iran has anything to do with their own interests. Now, that is absolutely astonishing, given the hundreds of Americans who have been attacked and killed by Iran over more than 4 decades as it has pursued its war cry of death to America. What this means, this initiative in the MOU, is that everyone can now see America is not prepared to make the sacrifices necessary to defend itself, and that will have emboldened evil forces threatening the West from around the world. Britain and Europe, meanwhile, are unwilling to go to war at all. They dance to the tune of Kumbaya liberal universalism, which means they say all conflict must be ended by negotiation and compromise, even with genocidal fanatics. They say nothing has ever been solved by war. What do they think was going on between 1939 and 1945, one wonders? Their belief in what they think of as the brotherhood of man means they have at home embraced multiculturalism and mass immigration. They've told themselves it is racist to uphold their own historic culture over anyone else's because the West was born in the original sins of colonialism and whiteness. So they allowed in millions of Muslim immigrants, and now their societies are well on the way to Islamization. Now let's be clear, many Muslims in Britain and Europe pose no threat to anyone. They want to live as British and European citizens, enjoying the benefits of Western society. But huge numbers of them do not wish to do that. They do pose a threat, whether through terrorism or their agenda to Islamize the culture. But the political and cultural elites in the West won't even admit this is happening, denouncing instead anyone who sounds the alarm as Islamophobic, racist, or fascist. In Britain, the result of this has been a refusal, for example, to deal with the infamous, mainly Muslim, rape and grooming gangs that you've read about. There's a willful blindness towards jihadi preachers in mosques inciting murderous hatred against the West and against the Jews. And the rise of sectarian Islamic Gaza-first politics, with more and more politicians in Britain nervously doing the bidding of Muslims determined to make Britain adapt to Islam. The result of all this and more is that Britain and parts of Europe are just like the frog being boiled slowly in the pot. And I'm afraid that parts of America, I'm thinking of New York, show signs of following suit. Now, since October 7, ecstatic Islamists who, like the Iranian regime, believe that the final defeat of Israel in the West is now at hand, have been spearheading an onslaught on diaspora Jews. But they have been supported by many non-Muslims. What's been so shocking is not just the demonstrations with their chants to murder Jews and destroy Israel. It's that verbal and physical attacks on Jews have redoubled even after Jewish people have been viciously assaulted or even murdered in Britain and other Western countries. What we're seeing, I'm afraid to say, is that violence against Jews just excites the bloodlust. No one wants to hear about Jewish victimization. No one wants to hear about anti-Semitism. All the guardrails against Jew hatred have come down. There's an attempt within the West not just to get rid of Israel, but to get rid of the Jews from their heads, from their conscience, and from their world. It's emerged as anti-Zionism because wall-to-wall falsehoods about Israel's behavior, parroted by the universities, the media, and the global humanitarian establishment, have framed Zionism as evil and Israel as diabolically monstrous. And appallingly, these blood libels have been framed as conscience itself. In Britain, and increasingly in America too, courage now consists of supporting the Jewish people and the state of Israel. So, is it all over? Absolutely not. Much can be done against these enemies of civilization, but only if one crucial thing is understood. These evil forces are strong only because their victims in Britain, Europe, and America are weak. And they're weak because they will not do what it takes to defend themselves. Iran is not strong, but America's many powerful weapons count for absolutely nothing if it won't use them. If America won't commit itself to take the pain involved in fighting for its way of life, then Iran wins. And America won't defend itself properly because it does not understand that when it has an enemy, as in the Iranian regime, that believes God is instructing it to destroy America and the Jews, any negotiation is viewed by them as weakness and a way to manipulate America into surrender. To defeat Iran, America needs to end all negotiation and fight through blockades or kinetic war or boots on the ground wherever necessary. Britain and Europe could themselves fight back by ending immigration from the most troubling areas in the Muslim world, banning the Muslim Brotherhood and Sharia courts, and jailing or deporting hate preachers in mosques. Diaspora Jews should be able to fight back by stopping, first of all, going on and on about anti-Semitism. They should start instead telling the West essential truths that are never told. For example, that Palestinian identity is a scam that was invented purely to exterminate Israel and steal the Jews' own history in the land from them. They should be saying to the West that everything Israel does is in accordance with international law. They should be saying that it is the Palestinian Arabs who are the would-be colonizers, and that Zionism was the greatest anti-colonialism movement of the 20th century. And they should also start telling Americans in terms that the war against Iran is a war to defend the West, and that they all in America depend upon Israel to keep them safe in America. Now, since October 7, Israel has fought like a lion. Its soldiers do so because they are fighting for their people, which they love, because they are bound in blood and tears to their history, to their culture, and to the generations who came before them and fought and died to keep the Jewish people alive. Israel pays the heaviest price possible of defending itself because its people are determined to keep their nation alive. Their identity, their love of their culture and their history and their people gives them idealism, courage, and hope. Since October 7, the Israelis have returned to their historic Jewish destiny as a heroic warrior nation. Diaspora Jews themselves need to identify as part of that warrior nation, or else they will largely disappear. Britain and Europe will not survive their cultural death wish. This week, I was horrified to see America moved alarmingly to join them. President Trump has not escaped the Iranian trap, as I think some of his comments today indicate he is well aware. Either he fights properly to defeat the Iranian regime, or America will be finished as a force to defend civilization itself. Israel will not allow Iran to get the bomb. If necessary, with or without America, it will fight Iran alone. We Jews believe, as was said earlier, that our historic mission is to be a light unto the nations. Israel can now be that light by showing America, Britain, and Europe how to fight, what it takes to fight, and therefore how to survive and to live. Israel will survive because Israel will do whatever it takes to defend itself, the heroic warrior nation defending the whole civilized world. This is the Jewish moment. Am Yisrael Chai.
How's everybody doing tonight? How's the program been so far? Great. There's a lot more great program and some surprises also. Pastor Mike Evans has been one of Israel's most passionate Christian allies. Through his advocacy, best-selling books, and as the founder of the incredible Friends of Zion Museum in Central Jerusalem, he has educated millions of people about Israel. A steadfast supporter of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the U.S.-Israel alliance, he has helped mobilize Christian support for Israel on a global scale. Please welcome Pastor Mike Evans.
There is a very strong pro-Israel movement within the Hispanic evangelical world.
Let's call it what it is. It's Judea and Samaria. Legally and politically, it belongs to the Jewish people.
All over the world of Bible-believing Christians coming together, standing with Israel, and getting involved in the political process.
This is deeper issues about anti-Semitism. They were never...
What's a commercial? I want to encourage you this evening. I want to encourage you to know this. We evangelicals met with Donald Trump before his first election. He asked us to deliver the presidency for him. We gave him two conditions: support our values and support Israel. And Donald Trump has exceeded both expectations. I want to encourage you, don't underestimate him. Don't underestimate him. I can tell you this. We're going to be celebrating America's 250th birthday very shortly. But 3,682 years before that birthday, Israel was born. And I'm not worried about the future because Israel has a secret weapon. It's called the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I was reading in Zechariah this morning. It says, when all nations come against Jerusalem and try to move her, they will injure themselves. So I can tell you this. The future is bright for the state of Israel. Because there's a God who neither slumbers nor sleeps. The message I was asked to give was the uniqueness of the Christian-Zionist relationships. The vast majority of professing Christians in the world, are not Zionist. But the vast majority of Zionists in the world are Christians, not Jews. There's 750 million of us. We don't necessarily agree on all the political issues, but we do agree on the covenant. We do all agree, I will bless them that bless thee and curse them that curse thee. And I can tell you this, we have an office in the White House, and it's led by a very strong pro-evangelical, Paula White. And we evangelicals are all pro-Israel. We're all strong supporters of Israel. So the future is not doom and gloom. I can tell you for sure, I'm sure of that. You know, a few hours ago, there was an event at Mount Herzl for Yoni Netanyahu. And it seemed like a terrible tragedy. And in many ways, it was a terrible tragedy, Yoni's death. But on the 30th of June, 1980, I met with Menachem Begin. And he asked me, why did you come? And I repeated the question. And he talked for 10 minutes. Then he said again, why did you come? And I repeated the question, and he talked for 10 more minutes. Then he said, I'm going to ask you one more time. Don't repeat the question. I said, I don't know. You don't know why you came? No, I don't know. Do you know anything? I said, I know that God sent me. He said, he sent you, but he didn't tell you why? No, he didn't tell me why. He turned to his secretary, Kadeshai, shake his hand. You finally met an honest man. He believes God sent him to meet with the prime minister, and he doesn't know why. Mike, do me a favor. When God tells you why, come back and tell me. On the 4th of July, I read the story of Yoni Netanyahu. It was the anniversary of his death. And I felt I should go comfort the family, so I went to the home of Ben Zion. I said, sir, you don't know me. I don't want to bother you. I just want to express my deep condolences for your warrior hero son, the great hero. Who are you? What is your name? Where are you from? Come in and have some tea. I went in and had some tea. And I met a young man in there. You can see him. He was 28 years old. He was in terrible pain, terrible agony. Kind of like the agony Israel's going through right now. He was in that pain. And I said, can I say a prayer for you? And I prayed this prayer. Jonathan loved David. You love Jonathan. Out of the ashes of your despair will come strength from God, and you will be the prime minister of Israel. No, I can't say his father said anything nice. His father spoke up loudly and said, I let a moron in the house, but not an ordinary one. This is the authentic moron. I went back to Menachem Begin on the 5th of July at 3:30, and I said, I met the prime minister yesterday. No, he said, you met me on the 30th of June. I said, it's not you, it's Benjamin Netanyahu. He was chosen by God. He will be the prime minister of Israel. Will you give him a job in the government? And he did. So I can tell you this. You have a prime minister that God chose. And you have a nation that God chose. And no one is going to stop the plan of God for this nation. No one. Iran will not succeed in accomplishing it. I can tell you we have a midterm election coming up. And it's going to be a very tough one. And we need to win that midterm election. And here's my opinion. Everyone has expressed theirs. My opinion is the great stallers, Iran, are going to meet the great businessman and negotiator. And he's going to play them. He's going to play them for 60 days and another 60 plus days. And then I believe after the midterms are won, America's going to experience and celebrate New Year's. And we always have a big celebration on New Year's. And he'll have a big celebration in Iran too. God is still on the throne, and there's no panic in heaven. I've lived long enough in this nation to see the battles, enormous battles. When I came here, the tractors used to scrape the sand to look for one footprint. And by the way, they're showing a picture of Shimon Peres. He was my chairman. And Shimon Peres and I, when I asked him if he'd be my chairman, his team was not so impressed. They said, no, he's a Kahanist. But Shimon Peres liked me, and he said yes. And he and I were with the Pope, and that's not the Pope, that's George Bush. He and I were with the Pope, and that night over dinner, Ayelet was there, she's here. He looked at me and he said, Mike, everyone asked me, why did I say yes? Because you want to build friendships, friends of Zion. And he said, but Mike, I found out something about you that I didn't know. Yes, you were raised by a Christian father, but you had a Jewish mother. And she named you after her grandfather, Rabbi Mikkel Katz-Nelson, who was burned to death in his synagogue with 2,000 Jews. But you don't know this, Mike. You don't know who the cantor rabbi was of that synagogue. He was my grandfather. He was a Talmud teacher and my grandfather. And he said, how is it possible that you and I became like family? Until I realized we both go back to Vishnev, Belarus in the wooden synagogue. The great news is God is writing this script, and he will have the final word. What you're doing is very important. I'm so honored and thrilled at Alex's leadership for your organization. And I want to encourage my wonderful Zionist, Christian Zionist friends to be part of it. It's fantastic. God bless you so much.
Christian support for Israel is not only about public support. The true power of this Judeo-Christian alliance manifests itself in the media and diplomacy at the very highest levels. Please welcome CEO of the Israel Allies Foundation, Josh Reinstein, in conversation with President and CEO of National Religious Broadcasters, Troy Miller, television host and founder of the New Beginnings Church, Pastor Larry Huck, and President of the Latino Coalition for Israel, and chair of the National Task Force Combating Anti-Semitism, Mario Bramnick.
There is a very strong pro-Israel movement within the Hispanic evangelical world.
Let's call it what it is. It's Judea and Samaria. Legally and politically, it belongs to the Jewish people.
All over the world of Bible-believing Christians coming together, standing with Israel, and getting involved in the political process.
This is deeper issues about anti-Semitism. They were never able to defeat Israel spiritually.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here. This is a tremendous conference. Thank you to the JNS for all you're doing. It's great to hear so many people say the things that I think in my mind out loud. I'm honored to be here. My name is Josh Reinstein. I'm the president of the Israel Allies Foundation, and what we do is we coordinate the activities of 64 legislative caucuses in 64 countries, made up of 1,600 legislators that work in what we call faith-based diplomacy. It's when people take their biblical support for Israel and turn it into real political action. And I'm happy to say that today 80% of the diplomatic successes that Israel has is because of faith-based diplomacy. It's the, yeah. It is Christians, not countries, that stand with Israel. And Christians are bringing their countries to us. It's the reason we have embassies in Jerusalem again. It's the reason we have anti-BDS legislation in 37 states in America and around the world. It's even the reason we have observer status at the African Union. It's because Christians got involved in the political process and are bringing their leaders to us and standing with us firmly. And we have with us here 3 of the generals in the movement of faith-based diplomacy. So we're going to get right to it. We have a lot of questions. I'm going to start with Pastor Larry Huch. There's a rumor that Christian support for Israel is waning, that the young Christians are not standing with us anymore, and that older Christians are starting to move over against Israel. What do you have to say about that?
Well, you know, something that Rabbi Goldstein said is we're in a war of words. Words are more powerful than bullets and ammunition, etc. And we've got people in America who are calling themselves Christians, doing podcasts, etc., and they're making statements. They're taking scripture out of context. They're making statements that 1948 is not a fulfillment of Bible prophecy, on and on and on. And they're loud and they get attention, but we're here to tell you, I have a television program that's on every day around the world, several times, and we have millions and millions and millions of Christians around the world, including America, that are saying this: we will never abandon Israel. We will stand with Israel. I had today a T-shirt at breakfast that said, "I'm a Christian Zionist." And this lady walked up and with tears in her eyes, and she said, "It's so glad to hear." And I was able to say, listen, I'm not the only one. There are millions of us out there. We're going to be loud. We're going to let every politician know come midterms that we will not vote for you. We're telling our people not to vote unless you stand with Israel, unless you stand. And it's not my right to say, but I don't see West Bank anywhere in the Bible. I see Judea and Samaria, and we will not allow it to be divided. And if you're a politician or you're running for office, if you don't stand up vocally for Israel, if you don't stand up for Israel being a sovereign state, and if you don't stand up for Israel protecting itself, we don't want you in office. And I'm telling you, there are more of us than there are of them.
Thank you, Pastor Larry. Troy, you are the president of the Nationalist Broadcasters. It's about 14,000 Christian broadcasters. I don't think people understand how big Christian broadcasting and Christian media is. We're getting such a unfair shake in the mainstream media. What's happening in Christian media?
Well, look, in Christian media, I think you have just a resounding support for Israel still. Christian media reaches over 90% of American households. They reach over 300 million people around the world. That's the best we can account it without looking at the internet. But, you know, I want to answer that question a little bit different, because I think part of the narrative is here we're in a messaging war. In a messaging war, on one side, you have those that they're enemies of Israel. The other side, your biggest supporter of getting the messages out are Christian media and Christian communicators reaching those. But let me hit that number, because I think this whole idea that there's waning support for the Christians is actually part of the war. So Pew Research, just this March, Pew Research, 64% of white evangelical Protestants hold a favorable view of Israel. That compares to 64% of Jewish Americans. Right on track, okay? 52% of white evangelicals have confidence in Netanyahu's handling of world affairs. Only 54%, slightly higher, had confidence in President Trump's handling of world affairs. White evangelicals are some of the most supportive and they see the Israel-Hamas conflict as personally important. So the numbers, and I think the war that's going on here, it is a messaging war. And I echo what was said earlier by most of the guests up here. We're in a battle for the worldview, that Judeo-Christian Western worldview, the progressive Western worldview, and the Islamic worldview. And Christian media, I think, is the loudest support for Israel in this battle.
Thank you, Troy. Mario, you're not here in official capacity, but you also have a position within the White House. You're an advisor in the White House, and something that's been shocking, and maybe a lot of you have missed, is that the who's who of faith-based diplomacy are now in the White House. Paula White was mentioned, Pete Hegseth. We just saw Ambassador Mike Huckabee. He's been the founder of the movement for 20 years. Why do you think so many people in our community of faith, Jews and Christians who believe in the Bible, are surrounding the president for the first time ever in the White House?
Before I respond, as you said, I'm here in my personal capacity. My remarks are personal, individual, not representing the government of the United States or its agencies. The White House has a White House Faith Office that has been working very strongly. It's in the West Wing on religious liberty, on combating anti-Semitism, on different issues, faith issues, biblical issues, and each cabinet member has their own faith director. And you, Joshua, have been a pioneer in faith diplomacy, and we're seeing that across the board. What we realized is what God was doing when he anointed President Trump in the first administration as a modern-day Cyrus, that it wasn't an anomaly, but a prototype of what God was doing with other nations. As we traveled in Latin America with President Bolsonaro and other Trump-type presidents, there were faith counselors around them. And what we realized was the importance of our voice in a diplomatic fashion like you. Malcolm Honline, who his vision was the origin of our Latino Coalition for Israel, how the Conference of Christian Presidents, representing 2% of American population, had an influence. We started thinking if 30% of Americans are Christians, not all of them are pro-Israel, what we can do when we mobilize together in supporting the nation of Israel in this faith diplomacy.
So, Pastor Larry, I've been doing this for over 22 years, started the Knesset Christian Allies Caucus, but in the last 2 years, Christians do not stop talking about Judea and Samaria. They want Judea and Samaria. They want that it would be sovereignty in Israel. They want that the Jewish people will be in charge of the land. What happened? Where did this all come from? And why is it all of a sudden the biggest ask from Christians?
Well, you know, one of the things is that Christians are being more vocal about it. Like I said, we have a television program that's on every day around the world. Every day we teach the Jewish roots of Christianity. We teach that Moses was a Jew, Abraham was a Jew. Rabbi Lau is a great friend of mine, and the first time we met, we talked for 2 hours, and he said, how do you know the Torah? Because everything I teach from the Torah. And I said, because everything I study from the Jewish roots. And he said, that's because Christianity's base is Jewish roots. And I said, yes, sir. And he said, Jesus never stopped being a Jew. I said, I'm trying to tell the world. And let me tell you something, the world is loving it. The evangelical, you know what they're saying to us? We knew we were missing something. And what they were missing was the roots of our faith, which is Israel and the Jewish people. I'll give you one example of faith-based diplomacy that we all do with Israeli Ally Foundation. For the last 7-8 years, I've been going to Brazil and teaching on standing with Israel, teaching loving Israel, teaching Judea and Samaria, not West Bank. And every year they do in Sao Paulo a march, 5.5 million Christians on the streets. Real numbers, 5.5 million. The last one we went to, they passed out 10,000 flags of Israel, and several times during the march, we would all stop with all the politicians, turn towards Jerusalem, and pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Let me encourage you, the evangelical world is standing with you, and they are being very vocal that it is Judea and Samaria. I think the next push that we give in Washington, we did it with the Golan Heights, the sovereignty of Golan Heights. I think the next push we're going to see is announcing that we will never call it the West Bank ever again. From now on, we will always acknowledge it as Judea and Samaria.
Thank you, Larry. 2 years ago, in one of the most stunning examples of faith-based diplomacy, Troy Miller, as the head of the NRB, passed a resolution saying that Christian media personalities can no longer say West Bank. They have to say Judea and Samaria. And since then, it's now in the Foreign Relations Committee. It's the law of the land. It's Governor Huckabee did it. It's in Texas now. So starting as a Christian issue, it became a national political movement. So how often does that happen? Is that very prevalent, or is this something special that we're seeing?
Well, I think this resolution was special in itself because I think it really resonated with Christians and it resonated just across the country. You know, after we did that, we pushed it out to over 2,000 Christian outlets to say, here's what the resolution is and here's why we want to do this. Christians recognize, I mean, a lot of Christians are, look, I'm going to tell you, they're like a lot of other people, they're lazy. Okay, so they didn't do the work to say, hey, what's West Bank? They thought West Bank was some different place than in Israel. They thought it was actually exists. Like they expanded the land and slapped West Bank in there. When we told them, no, this is the land of Judea and Samaria. This is the land God promised Abraham. This is the land Joshua conquered. This is the land that was divided up between the tribes, and they understood it. But you know, the Christian vote, okay, across the country that you talked about, this diplomacy, we make up 37% of the Republican Party. We're the largest base in the Republican Party. Christians make up 60% of the American population. We just finished a survey last year, and 60% of Americans tune into Christian media on a regular basis. And so it's a large group with a big voice. And so that has helped push a lot of things. I'll tell you what, my counterpart of what's called the National Association of Broadcasters, this is the large group of commercial broadcasters. He said it this way: we often get things, this is an American football analogy, we often get things to the 10-yard line and can't get it over. But it's our Christian brothers and sisters that put it across the goal line, and this is one of those issues.
Oh, thank you, Troy. We're seeing incredible support from Latin America. Guatemala, Honduras, Paraguay moved their embassies to Jerusalem. Costa Rica and Argentina have announced, I'm going to do our conference in Buenos Aires this week with President Milei, and we have leaders from all across Latin America standing with Israel like never before. And you have one of the largest and most important organizations of Latin Americans, not just in Latin America, but also Latin Americans, Hispanic Americans. And I get the question all the time, are we seeing the same support from Hispanic Americans as we are seeing from Latin Americans who are Christian?
You're saying Hispanic Americans here?
In America.
In America. We are seeing support. It's not quite the same because of some of the political issues back home with immigration and the economy. But what we're seeing in Latin America, as you had said, is a major pro-Israel wave. And we need to be encouraged with the leadership of President Milei. I had the honor of inviting him to Mar-a-Lago to meet President Trump for the first time. His passion and his support in leading the Isaac Accords, and there's many, many nations that I believe now will be following suit. So we do see the hand of God, as you mentioned. We've got Paraguay. We now have Honduras back in hands of a president that's pro-Israel. Costa Rica, the president, Fernandez, said she will move the embassy to Jerusalem. There's so much hope and expectation with what we're seeing in Latin America. And we're going to see that, I believe, somewhat as well in the Hispanic American community here. But as was mentioned before, as we're hearing, there's two things. I remember we worked with Rabbi Shlomo Riskin, who was the former chief rabbi of Efrat, and he said there's two miracles in modern day that we see. Number one, it's the establishment of the nation of Israel, where God brought Israel back to the land after 2,000 years. And the second miracle, he said, is this new Jewish-Christian alliance. After 2,000 years of anti-Semitism within the Christian world, we are now working hand in hand. And there was, in the Bible, where Israel was being overwhelmed, the prophet's servant was scared, Gehazi, and Elijah said, Father, open his eyes that he would see that there are more with us than those that are against us. God is with Israel. The Christian Zionists are with Israel. And if God is with us, who can be against us?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mario. Pastor Larry, just delving what Mario said, at the beginning of this new relationship between Jews and Christians in the 21st century, it took a lot of trust on both sides. And you were kind of like in the middle. You had trust from the Jewish side, you trust from the other side. You marched at the March of Living with Rabbi Lau. You met with Donald Trump. You're friends with our Prime Minister Netanyahu. What did it take to get Jews to trust you, but also Christians to trust you, to bridge that gap?
Well, when I speak a lot, we work a lot, our ministry works a lot with the government of Israel. We work a lot with Karen Hazot, doing projects over here. But because of that, I travel a lot for the nation of Israel, and we speak to mixed crowds, Jews and Gentiles. And I always end whatever I'm saying with this, to the Jewish people. Number one, we will never try to convert you. Matter of fact, we need you to be more Jewish tomorrow than you are today. Because Judaism, the teachings of Moses, is the foundation of civilization. So people ask me all the time, Jewish people, do you have a hidden agenda? I do. My daughter over there is single, and she needs a good Jewish boy. She'll kill me for that. So we always leave it with this. Number one, we'll never try to convert you. I read the Bible. God gave the Jewish people a covenant, and he said it was forever. And I looked up the word forever in Hebrew. I looked up the word forever in English and in Pig Latin. And the word forever means a covenant with God forever. We as Christians are grafted into you. Stay Jewish and be more Jewish. We need you. The second thing is, I make you another pledge. We'll never desert you. It doesn't matter. We will stand with you. We will stand with the nation of Israel. We'll stand against. And a lot of my Jewish friends say, we hate hearing anti-Semitism's almost become a dripping faucet. It's Jewish hate. And we will stand with you for the nation of Israel, for Judea of Samaria, against Jewish hate. If I can use a little political license, the Bible says a three-stranded cord is not easily broken. I believe that three-stranded cord here tonight with this conference and around the world is God, the Jewish people, and evangelicals. And I read the end of the book. We're going to win. We're standing with you.
Troy, you have the largest Christian event every year. The NRB convention is massive. For those of you who've been there, it's really, you've never seen anything like it. It's thousands and thousands of people. And you decided this year to have a summit in Jerusalem. You're having the NRB Jerusalem Summit. Why was it important with such a big event that you do every year to do something here too?
Well, this is a little bit different of an event. It's a media event. And the reason it's so important to do it here in Jerusalem is because I deeply believe that the issue that we have here is an issue that reflects on both of us, both of our communities, Jewish community and the Christian community. And that is the issue of hate. And it is hate by an enemy who hates God's people, period. And so we have to get together not only on our messaging, but our unity is so important to this battle. And where better to form that unity than the very foundation of Judaism and Christianity here in Jerusalem?
Amen. All right, well, I don't want to hear the music, so one very quick last question to Mario. Mario, you've been here for decades, standing with Israel, shoulder to shoulder, and now you're an advisor in the White House, you're working with evangelicals. What's changed, and what's the future? Quick.
Well, Avi Abelo did a post this week with everything that we're looking at the MOU, and that ultimately we need to turn to God, right? God who established Israel, he neither slumbers nor sleeps. And I think the future is bright, as you heard on the panel, as we stand together, because it's the same enemy that we are fighting. As we stand together, I know that God will be with us and we will succeed.
Well, thank you to our whole panel. Thank you to all you do for the state of Israel. You're all heroes. And thank you for everyone here next year in Jerusalem.
Okay, I'll just give everybody a little bit update in terms of where we are in the schedule. So the Prime Minister was supposed to speak at 7:30. The Prime Minister is running late, but he is still coming. We're told the Prime Minister is going to be here at 9 p.m. So what we've decided to do is to bring some other people, like Sid Rosenberg, to speak earlier, and Mark Levin from Fox's Life, Liberty, and Levin is going to be speaking tonight at 8:25. So please stay patient. I'm sure you're going to continue to enjoy the program. Thank you. Hold on. Victoria Coates has spent her career at the intersection of history, strategy, and statecraft. As a former Deputy National Security Advisor and one of the key architects of U.S. Middle East policy during the first Trump administration, she helped shape some of the most consequential decisions in the U.S.-Israel relationship. Please welcome Vice President of the Catherine and Shelby Cullom Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Please welcome Victoria Coates.
I guess I now get to talk for an hour and a half, so everybody get comfortable, get a glass of water. I'm delighted to be here, to be with all of you. I know I'm not exactly who you came to see, but we come together at a fraught but crucial moment for the U.S.-Israel alliance that we all cherish, which is why I am so grateful to Josh and Amelia, to Alex, to Richard, to Jonathan, and the whole family of the now Jerusalem News Syndicate to bring us together this week in beautiful Jerusalem. In last year's program, they put me before Mark Levin, and I thought that was tough. But they upped the ante today. Even with the change in the scheduling, it's daunting. And while admitting that recent days have been challenging for all of us, to put it mildly, there are also many great and good things in terms of President Trump's second term for which we can and should be grateful, and that is my theme tonight. First and foremost, President Trump's administration is not the alternative that we faced in November of 2024. That's all I think I need to say about that. Then there's the fact that my best itinerary to Israel yesterday was through Abu Dhabi on Etihad. And not only because it is one of the world's great airlines, and I admit that in the current news cycle I needed the rest. But I remember so clearly in November of 2019, when I traveled from Israel to Bahrain for the Manama Dialogues, I had to go through Tbilisi, Georgia, and it took almost 24 hours, and it was not on Etihad. I had with me what would become the first draft of the Abraham Accords to share with Saudi, Emirati, and Bahraini counterparts, a fact that I helpfully leaked to Axios at that time so I could footnote it in my recent book. And one of my strongest arguments with those counterparts for the Accords was that we needed normalization deals or my health would break due to the travel challenges in the Middle East. As we now approach the sixth anniversary of the Abraham Accords in September, I'm delighted to announce that in the FY 2025 report published by Heritage on Friday, the relationships between Israel and the other Accords countries, including the United States, is growing in both trade and security cooperation. Dubai is now second only to New York in destinations for travelers leaving Israel, and Israel has signed a historic security cooperation deal recently with Morocco. All of this during a time of war after October 7th, when many naysayers predicted with great confidence that the Accords would fail. Well, I'm here to tell you that they haven't failed. They're thriving, and they will expand. As my colleague Asher Fredman and I recently wrote, this expansion will come because of the self-interest of the other countries in question, who see the incredible benefits from partnership with the United States and Israel. We have seen the enormous success of our joint military cooperation in both Operation Midnight Hammer last year, that was built upon in Operation Epic Fury this year. And it was particularly moving to read that Israel had deployed Iron Dome to Abu Dhabi, manned by IDF soldiers, to defend UAE from Iran's missiles. For those of us who have worked on the US-Israel relationship, both in and out of government in recent years, observing these incredibly successful joint operations that makes the alliance more than the sum of our parts has been so gratifying. We had hoped that it would be so, we thought it would be so, but now we know for certain that what America has built with Israel over the last 40 years is a literally smashing success. And the effects of this power has been observed not only in Tehran, but also in Moscow and Beijing, not to mention Havana. Last year, my colleague Rob Greenway and I published a report based on our work during the first Trump term on a broader US-Israel strategy, the first America ever had. President Trump signed it in December of 2020, but our successors somewhat predictably threw it in the trash. When Rob and I found ourselves at Heritage together in 2023, we decided to revive the project with an eye to charting that very new era that is the title of the JNS conference this year, in the lead up to the 100th anniversary of the foundation of the modern state of Israel, which will of course take place in 2048, and I look forward to being with all of you here to celebrate. There are a number of good recommendations in that document on the cultural, economic, technical, and security relationships between our two countries that I could bore you with here tonight, but I won't. You can find it on heritage.org if you want the details. I want to confine myself to one particular that got the majority of the attention when it was published. As we had in the 2020 strategy, Rob and I recommended that the United States and Israel begin to transfer the security assistance America provides to Israel from foreign military financing, or FMF, to foreign military sales, or FMS, over a period of about 20 years in increments of about $250 million a year, which would then be invested into joint military programs. The transfers would also be conditioned on certain baselines for Israel's economic growth to support what would now be purchases. Somewhat to our surprise, our report was received with horror in establishment Washington, D.C. circles, where the security enshrined in the 2016 Memorandum of Understanding between our two countries is the closest thing to certain money in terms of DoD, or now DoW, appropriations. Undeterred, we stuck with our report based on our conviction that a strong, independent Israel could be the best friend America ever had. We believe this more strongly now than ever before and are gratified to see a version of this policy adopted by the current government of Israel. In fact, what Prime Minister Netanyahu has proposed is on a considerably accelerated timeline to what's in our report, but you can take that up with him later on this evening. In closing, when my great friend Sid Rosenberg, I have a joint agreement with Sid and Maria Bartiromo on the morning shows, asked me on his radio last week why I loved Israel. I said it was because of all the countries in the world I visited, it reminds me most of America. 10 years ago, thank you. It doesn't seem like it was 10 years ago, but 10 years ago, I wrote a book called David's Sling, A History of Democracy in 10 Works of Art. And I can answer later the question of how the art historian is standing up here in front of you today. It's all due to Donald Rumsfeld. That story goes on for a while if we need more content. David Sling, A History of Democracy in 10 Works of Art, about how free systems of government had a strange way of turning into states that really had starting from states that really had no business existing at all to flourishing beyond all expectations. And I'm proud to announce tonight that in honor of the 10th anniversary of the publication, Encounter Books will be publishing a second paperback edition of David Sling in November. And I will note that what I did not know when I picked the title in 2012, that Israel was already at work at the missile defense system that bears the same name. The book tells the stories of how Athens was a rock, Rome a swamp, Venice a lagoon. For its part, the United States was a howling wilderness far from civilization as its pioneering early inhabitants understood it. But each became disproportionately powerful. We, for example, persevered, defeated the world's greatest empire, and went on to establish the world's greatest economy and greatest military. Over its history, Israel has had a similar and remarkable trajectory of success, resilience, and entrepreneurship that gives me that almost visceral feeling of kinship with the Jewish state. The difficult recent days will not undermine the foundation of the American and Israeli track forward to our mutual benefit, and I know in my core that the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
Just again, order of events. Sid will speak. Editor-in-Chief Jonathan Tobin will deliver an address, followed by Mark Levin, followed by the Prime Minister. Afterwards, we're going to feed you, I promise. Our next speaker is the man who leads off the morning for millions of New Yorkers each day. Like so many Jews, he awoke like a lion to stand up for Israel after October 7th. He's a proud defender of President Trump, who he has interviewed many times. He's also a proud defender of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, although he's still waiting for that interview. He's opened up his audience to me personally close to 200 times since the war began, and he has broadcast his show several times from the JNS studios here in Jerusalem. Please welcome my dear friend and the king of the airwaves, morning show host on New York's WABC 770 radio, the one and only Sid Rosenberg.
You've got a mayor in this city who, for the first time in the history of our city, is not here.
The future is in our hands.
Jihadist, terrorist, communist.
When the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF.
Socialist, Marxist.
I don't really have opinions about the future of Hamas. In our city, we believe that protest is sacrosanct.
Are we ready to say not on our dime?
But candidate who believes that Israel has no right to exist and is comfortable with endangering American Jews by the globalization of the terrorist intifada.
I didn't know you were going to do that. Now you made it easy for me. I'm supposed to speak Tuesday, but the Prime Minister's kind of late. So they grabbed me and Levin, and we're more than happy to speak twice. So I spoke here last year at the very first ever International Policy Summit. It was a big thrill. I got to tell you, a lot of you folks contacted me last year and said you were here and really enjoyed it, which made my heart warm. So I want to start with this before I get to this creep mayor of mine in New York City. If you live in America, stand up right now. All right, that's a nice portion of the audience lives in America. Now, if you happen to live like I do in New York City, stay standing. You all moved out, didn't you? You got smart, you went to Florida or Nashville or South Carolina. Some of you went to Jerusalem. So I'm going to start by saying this. I've been asked, since I've been here for 2 days, 100 times about my friend President Trump. And I know a lot of people in Israel are very, very upset with my friend the president. And for what it's worth, me, myself, I've been critical of President Trump, and my dear friend Mark Levin, who's coming up next, who's immensely popular, he's been critical. We're asking questions. We want to know what's going on. But I can guarantee you this, at the end of the day, he's still our friend. So before you turn your backs on President Trump, I would think twice about that. You could easily have Kamala Harris as the president right now. You'd still have hostages in Gaza. The war would still be raging. And anti-Semitism, as bad as it is, would be worse. Or you could have J.D. Vance. Good luck with that. So before you start turning so quickly on our friend President Trump, trust me when I tell you, thank God we still have him. Thank God. Just trust me. It hasn't been great. I get it. But he's dealing with a very, very angry Republican Party. And it does make sense, that Mamdani video, why President Trump is dealing with all this. Hard to believe, but outside of this beautiful city, Jerusalem, and this beautiful country, which I love so much, New York has the second most amount of Jews in the world. And you know what's really cool in New York right now? Hate the Jews. That's chic. You're cool. If you don't like the Jews, you're cool. You win elections. You become immensely popular. I'm not even talking about some of these mid-states in America. I'm talking about New York City. I got moms and dads. They say to me, aren't you scared for your kids? I go, of course I'm scared for my kids. But the last thing I'd ever do is tell my kid to take off a yarmulke or to hide his Magen David. You do that and the terrorists win. They'd almost rather see that than a dead body in the streets of Tel Aviv. You wear that Magen David, you wear that yarmulke proudly and say, I'm a Jew. And if you get punched across the face, so what? Ever see the movie Goodfellas? Every now and then it's good to catch a beating. It's true. My own son, he's 17, he can't defend himself. I can. But I say, Gabriel, don't you dare take that stuff off. But here's where we are. So I live in a city that has a mayor who's a jihadist, a socialist, a communist, a Marxist, an anti-Semite. Otherwise, he's not a bad guy. He is the future of this country, my country. So when you talk about the dangers of anti-Semitism, the United States right now is a tinderbox. Every major blue sanctuary city, every major blue sanctuary state, our finest cities and states in America have turned to shit. That's the first of at least 3 curses, I promise you that. Trump curses, why can't I? But I'm being serious, whether it's New York or Los Angeles or Chicago, Atlanta, Portland, Seattle, all those once great cities, now it's cool to run around in the streets and terrorize Jews. And this mayor, this Mamdani, who won relatively easily, he's out there every day, and he doesn't even try to hide it. He's got a buddy whose name is Mahmoud Khalil. You guys know who that is? He's the face of campus terrorism across our country. He was the face of Columbia University, and Mamdani swears by him. He's got a friend named Nurdin, who's out there every day telling us that the Palestinians are the ones who are being raped and murdered by the Israelis, not the other way around. And Mamdani swears by her. He's got a friend whose name is Hassan Piker. You've heard of him? Hassan Piker on a podcast one time with Mamdani sitting right there said, and I quote, America deserved 9/11. America deserved 9/11, which was kind of the United States equivalent to October 7th. And ironically, we're coming up on 25 years this September on 9/11. Do you know what the mayor's response was to that? He wasn't the mayor at the time. You know what his response was? Anybody? Nothing. Not, oh, come on, don't say that. Oh, come on. Nothing. He's the mayor of New York City. You thought Bill de Blasio was bad. This guy's a lot worse. And there's lots of them, and they're popping up all over the place. A lady just won an election in New Jersey. She's anti-Semite, hates the Jews. No problem. We had a gentleman, a guy in New Jersey. He just won a political race. He's also an anti-Semite. It's happening all over the country, Michigan, everywhere except for Florida. So I lived in Boca Raton for 15 years. And a few other red states that it's not happening, but it's becoming a very serious issue in the United States. So if you think about it, we're less than 3 years removed from October 7th here, and October 7th was kind of the launching pad, if you will, for all of this rabid anti-Semitism across America. Pro-Hamas rallies that sometimes get 5,000 or 6,000 people. So when people say to me, Sid, what are we going to do? Anybody have an answer to that? What are we going to do, Sid? We don't have a draft in the United States. We don't, unlike the brave and courageous kids here, they don't serve in the United States. I said, you know what we got to do? And I had Dov Hikind say this, and my dear friend, the great comedic actor Michael Rappaport, say the same. What we got to do in America is train our kids like you guys do here. We got to do it. Because if our kids at some point don't defend themselves, and with words, that doesn't work. Okay? I told my son, somebody pushes you or punch you, you punch him back, you punch him harder. That's what Bibi does. That's what President Trump does. But we don't have that mindset in America yet. So when they ask me, what do we need to do? I say, we got to toughen up. Not here. You guys are the most resilient, courageous, amazing people God has ever created. But around the world, especially in the United States, Jews need to toughen up. Jews are way too okay getting spit at, made fun of, harassed, if not beaten up in the streets, and they don't do anything about it. They don't, and I'm sick of it. I'll give you one quick story. I was on a subway train, which is very dangerous. Right after October the 7th, wearing a shirt that said, New York stands with Israel. My wife was furious. Don't you go on the subway wearing that? I said, I don't care. I want somebody to start with me. My kids, too, they were furious. And sure enough, on the subway that day, and there's a guy with a yarmulke. It was a Friday. He was going to Brooklyn for Shabbat. And this little guy, not that it matters, he was black, doesn't matter. He was drunk, 11 o'clock in the morning. He walks up to this unsuspecting Jewish guy. He takes his finger, he puts it in his chest, and he goes, I'm not going to defend you, you genocidal mother effer. And he starts pointing his finger into his chest. He starts making contact. And this Jewish guy was scared to death. Scared to death. So at that point, I've got two choices. I can sit there and just watch this, or I can stand up and say something knowing full well that that guy would have kicked my ass all over the train. I stood up and I said, I'm a Jew too. Now what, tough guy? Mind you, I made in my pants as I said that, I'm being honest. I definitely shit my pants. I said, I'm a Jew too, now what, tough guy? So what did the guy do? He retreated to the end of the train. He kept yelling and screaming, but we were no longer in physical danger, because the truth is, all these tough guys out there that want to beat us up, for the most part, they're cowards. They show up on a Saturday morning, on a Shabbat holiday morning with guns and explosives when we're not ready, and they think they're tough. They're cowards. So my suggestion, recommendation is, don't be afraid anymore. Don't. Do what they do here. They commit you, you come twice as hard. That's my answer to how we stop all this. Get angry. Get pissed. I'm pissed. You guys pissed? Like really pissed, right? Like, why are they picking on us? We're good people. We're nice people. What did we do? What did we do? Right? Anyway, Mark Levin is going to be here tonight. He's fantastic. He's on Fox News and on about 400 radio stations across America. And the Prime Minister is still going to be here, too. Both friends of mine. So we got a great night planned for you. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak twice at this amazing summit. God bless all of you. God bless my friend President Trump. God bless our Prime Minister. God bless America. And, of course, God bless Israel.
For decades, Jonathan Tobin has been one of the most influential and prolific voices in Jewish journalism and political commentary. As editor-in-chief of Jerusalem News Syndicate, he leads a rapidly growing newsroom providing incisive analysis on Israel, anti-Semitism, American politics, and the challenges facing the Jewish people. A nationally syndicated columnist, award-winning journalist, and sought-after commentator, he helped shape the conversation on the issues that matter most to the Jewish world day after day after day with unmatched precision and eloquence. Please welcome my partner in crime, JNS Editor-in-Chief, Jonathan Tobin.
Anti-Semitism is always about the anti-Semites and the way they use this issue to acquire power. Today's best and brightest in journalism aren't interested in reporting and fairly evaluating both sides of the conflict. We are in the Jewish ideas business, and we speak up for those ideas. Audacity to speak truth to power is a far more potent force than most people understand.
Jonathan Tobin.
Good evening. I recognize that guy. It is a privilege to be here to speak to you tonight, as I was going to speak tomorrow night, and to do so on behalf of the publishers and the staff of JNS. I can't speak highly enough of our publishers, Amelia and Josh Katzen, Russell Pergament, who's not here with us, but I hope is watching online. They've done a great job empowering us. I can't speak highly enough about our hardworking, great staff of editors and reporters, great journalists, who deserve your support and your applause, and I'm privileged to lead them in this great crusade for journalism. What is our purpose? Who and what are we? We're here because journalism is a profession in decline. We're here because journalism across the world, in the United States, and yes, even here in Israel, has largely failed. In recent decades, a new generation of people have entered this profession who aren't interested in truth or the facts or even the business of reporting. They believe in activism, not journalism. They believe their ideology, rooted in toxic leftist ideas like critical race theory, intersectionality, settler colonialism, should dictate what they write and report, should dictate everything. And if that means spreading lies about all sorts of topics, but especially about Israel, if it means spreading blood libels, even the most preposterous ones, they've shown us they won't hesitate to do it. That's why traditional media, the liberal corporate media, the so-called mainstream media, has failed. And quite frankly, so has most Jewish and Israeli media, because they're infected by the same disease. Who and what are we at JNS? We're part of the wave of new independent media that is pushing back against that trend. And we at JNS are the one in the Jewish world, the only one in the Jewish world, that is equipped with the people, the resources, and the mission to do just that. That is what we are. That is what our purpose, that is our mission. But let me also tell you what we are not. We are not the same thing as what you will get if you look at the New York Times or CNN or even some of our friends in the Jewish media. We're not them, nor are we a regime press for any government or any set of political parties. We at JNS are dedicated to truth in the best traditions of this noble profession of journalism that has been trashed in recent decades, but is still essential to the life of free republics and democracies like Israel and the United States. Now, like most of the other speakers, like everybody here, I've been asked a lot in the recent days about the events of the last week or two. How does that affect not merely Israel, but how does that affect what we do? My answer is the same as it is anytime anything happens, good or bad, to Israel or the United States. Whenever any politician or any political party or any government does anything about which our readers are either happy or angry about, my answer is this. We at JNS are not in the business of parties and politicians. We are in the journalism business. We are in the Jewish ideas business. And our mission, our job is the same whether the news is good or the news is bad. That is who we are. That is what we are. What do we stand for? Well, we are proudly Zionist, proudly pro-Israel, proudly pro-liberty, proudly pro-America, and proudly pro-Western civilization. And we will uphold those values and fight for them, not with the same tactics that the woke use, not with the lies and the distortions you get when you open up the New York Times or switch on so many other channels or read other Jewish publications. We will fight those lies, not with propaganda, but with facts and the truth. That is our job, and that is what we are doing every day. We are in that fight every day. And when it comes to the leaders and the political parties and the governments of the nations that we love, well, we will support them whenever possible. We will oppose them whenever necessary. That is our job. So let me say this very loudly and very clearly, and this applies to any other news cycle, any other week we could have come together. If you've come to us for the same sort of journalism you could get at the Times or the Times of Israel or CNN or Channel 12 here, you've come to the wrong shop. If you've come for political propaganda and spin, no matter where it's coming from, you've come to the wrong shop. And if you've come merely to be not just validated in your core ideas, but to be told that what you think is terrible is not terrible, that what you know to be wrong is actually true, well, let me tell you. If you think my job is to tell you that the quarter that you found under your pillow was put there by the tooth fairy, you've come to the wrong shop. We're here, and we will remain here to be in the truth business, to be in the actual journalism business. We're here to fight for the essential values of Jewish civilization. And we are conducting that fight with the tools that honest journalists, dating back to the beginnings of journalism, have always had. A sense of curiosity, a loyalty to the ethics of truth-telling and reporting, and an unwavering dedication to finding out what's going on in the world and to report it to you without fear or favor, so that we can make our readers, listeners, and viewers more informed and better armed to be good citizens, better Jews, and fearless fighters for all we hold dear. We're not always going to make you happy with what you read, listen, or hear in JNS. I am, as I've always had to remind people, I am not in the happiness business. I'm in the journalism business. I'm in the truth business, and so is everyone at JNS. But what we will never do is lie to you and call it truth. We will tell you what's going on, and that's why our readers, listeners, and viewers know they can trust us. What's more, we know that there is a deep hunger among the public for these exact values. People know that they have been lied to over and over again by the mainstream media on a host of issues, whether it was COVID, whether it was about elections, whether it was about Israel. And that they know that the institutions of the mainstream press that they once looked to for the truth are not only no longer reliable, but are part of that new breed of journalists whose purpose is not journalism, but propaganda, groupthink, the silencing of dissent and of truth in the name of those toxic, illiberal, neo-Marxist ideologies that are the enemies of the cause of liberty and of the Jewish people. We are here because the essence of being a Jew and a Jewish journalist has always been a refusal to bow down to the idols of popular culture. That was true in the time of the Maccabees. It was true throughout history of 2 millennia of exile, and it's still true today. We are here to fight against those ideas. And just as Jews once fought against Hellenism, we today will fight against the red-green Marxist Islamist alliance that lies. We will fight against the woke and wokeism and their lies. If you care about this fight, you know that we have the one essential value at JNS that is needed to not only defend journalism, but to defend the Jewish people. And that is courage. The courage to speak truth to power, to speak truth to the masses. And let me tell you, we are in this fight every day, and we are in it for the long haul, regardless of what anyone on the left, on the right, or in any government, or any woke propagandist might say. And despite what they claim, let me tell you, we are going to win this fight. We're going to win it honestly, with the fair values and ethics of journalism. And when we do win, and Israel is going to win in the long run, I believe that with perfect faith, let me say something else. We at JNS will be here to report about it for you, and we will never be silenced, and we will never give in to the pressure to conform to the lies that dominate the rest of journalism. With your help, we will continue. I'm proud to stand here on behalf of our publishers, of our editors, of our reporters, of our entire staff of hardworking people to say that we know that you need us. We will not fail you, and we are going to be here as long as it needs to be, as long as it takes. And thank you. And thank you for giving us the ability to give you, the consumers of our journalism, what you need and what you know the people of Israel, the Jewish people everywhere need to win this information war that we are locked in. Thank you again, and we'll see you in the pages of JNS and on our YouTube channel. And we look forward to serving you for this year, next year when we meet again, and in the years to come. Thanks very much.
if everybody can please find their seats. Everybody standing on the sides, there are ample seats within. Take a moment, try to find yourself a seat. I promise you the next hour is going to be very exciting. Just so you know, just so everybody understands, it's because of Prime Minister's security that there's not food in the foyer, okay? We wanted to have food for you in the foyer, but we do have a reception immediately after the program for you. There is food here. We want you to be fed. We want you to be happy. So stay tuned. It's going to be fine, and I believe that waiting is going to be worth your while. And now, few media personalities command a larger or more loyal audience than Mark Levin. Known to millions as the Great One, he has built a media empire. He's the host of Fox News' Life, Liberty, and Levin, as well as one of America's top-rated, nationally syndicated radio show hosts. He is the author of best-selling books including Liberty and Tyranny, American Marxism, The Democrat Party Hates America, The Liberty Amendments, and On Power. An unapologetic champion of President Donald Trump, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and the enduring bond between America and Israel, he is one of the most consequential voices in public life today. Please welcome the one and only Mark Levin.
Shouldn't the Israelis decide what needs to be done to survive? The thing about Donald Trump is this. He means what he says. He stared down the people who said, don't move the capital. This is a tiny country the size of New Jersey. This is our first Jewish president.
Mark Levin, host of Life, Liberty, and Levin.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be here. The security is very good. It took me 5 times to get through. First it was the belt, then it was my ring, then I think it's stuff in my chest. I don't know. But it's a great honor to be here. Today is the 50th anniversary in the Hebrew calendar of Entebbe and the death of Yoni Netanyahu. In the American calendar, it's July 4th. I want to address a few things here. First of all, I'm somebody who gives an opinion. And yet people keep giving opinions about me that aren't true. I read headlines and I go, did I say that? No, I didn't say that. So I just want to explain, I'm not an agent for the Israeli government. I don't meet with the Israeli government. I don't conspire with the Israeli government. Believe it or not, I love this country, and I don't need any government to tell me that. And I get this from people who do conspire with foreign governments, just not this one. And there was one headline today, Mark Levin wallops the Trump administration. I haven't walloped anybody. In fact, I would say 99% of the time, I'm one of the most aggressive defenders of the Trump administration. And I think we can all agree that we have 2 tremendous historic figures in President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. I want to thank my friend Alex and this whole news operation for having me. This was set up a couple months ago. And I don't do a lot of public speaking because if I want to speak, I have plenty of platforms to do it on, but it's always an honor to do it here and an honor to do it with such a fantastic news organization, and they are fantastic. I was asked by, I counted 9 different news organizations for an interview. And I turned them all down for a couple of reasons. I don't like doing interviews because they're liars. That's number one. And number two, they want to interview me to attack my president. Otherwise, they don't care what I say. The 99% is ignored. It's the 1% that they want to focus on. these are very, very critical times. There's no question about it. So I want to address several issues here. Number one, my perspective on Iran has never changed. It hasn't changed since I was old enough to know what that regime was, 1979. So my view on that Islamist Nazi regime has always been that it's an Islamist Nazi regime. That's number one. You know, Khomeini wrote a book. And the great Bernard Lewis, he went and he dug it up. He had it translated into English. And it was in Arabic and Farsi, called Islamic Government. Don't run out and buy it. I don't want to make it the #1 book on Amazon. But it sits on my desk. And I'm probably the only person who talks about this regime that's ever read what the founding father of the regime has ever said. And it is brutal, and it is evil, and it is vicious. And I seriously doubt any of the media that covers this issue ever read the book either. We also have something called experience. Edmund Burke said experience is one of the most important things a person can focus on. What's our experience with this regime? Our experience with this regime is that it lies, it cheats, it's never adhered to a single agreement, verbal or otherwise, and that it seeks to destroy humanity. That is, any individual or group of individuals or any country that does not adhere to its political, religious ideology, which is based in the 7th century. Most faiths go through something called a Reformation. And many Muslims have gone through a Reformation. Islamists don't. And so what they believe, to put simply, is in a catastrophic worldwide war where everything and everyone is to be slaughtered, destroyed, tortured, raped, until there's complete compliance with their political faith ideology. That's what they write. That's what they say. That's what the imams say. If we would spend more time having English translators, or here, Hebrew translators, of what they say, I think more people would understand the context for what's going on. Also, we have a lot of people whose history goes back about 3 minutes. And particularly a lot of young people who aren't all that interested in history. They don't remember 9/11. Many of them weren't born. They don't really know much about the Holocaust, except what they're told by some of the Jew haters. And so they're lacking history. The effort to communicate with them is not there, but it needs to be there. If this regime in Iran could, it would murder every single one of you sitting in this room. Every single one. Every woman in this room, they would rape you. Every single one. If you had grandchildren here, they would murder them. They would slaughter them. Every single one of you here. Because you're Jews or you're Christians or you're just not one of them. This is very important to understand. And so we had 7 presidents before Donald Trump who knew what I'm telling you, and yet they wouldn't take the steps necessary to confront this regime. In fact, some of them actually subsidized the regime. One of them, Obama, ensured that they would have a pathway to a nuclear weapon. I don't need to hear the debates about it. I've read the deal. I know what it says. It's that simple. Then we have Biden, who was literally allowing tens of billions of dollars to flow into the regime because he wasn't enforcing all the rules that had been placed against them getting money. and allowing them to sell oil surreptitiously to the Chinese and so forth. So about $150 billion or more poured into that regime when they knew that they were moving toward nuclear weapons. They have manufactured thousands of ballistic missiles with the help of the Communist Chinese. Anybody who's in this country over the last 12 months, over the last 6 months, knows what ballistic missiles can do. They can blow out entire communities. They're the size of a yellow school bus. And not a single one of those safe rooms you have in your house or your apartment can do a thing about it. It will blow that off the face of the earth too. These are not your typical missiles. And with a nuclear warhead, you have an intercontinental ballistic missile. And our intelligence and the Israeli intelligence didn't know that their ballistic missiles can now reach the capitals in Europe. And with a little bit more information from the Communist Chinese or the Russians or the North Koreans, that access, it will reach the continental United States. This is a very serious matter, because if they were to fire 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 ballistic missiles at one time at this country, you can't defend yourself. It would overwhelm any system that exists. And that also applies to any European country and to my country, the United States. The issue of ballistic missiles is critical. The issue of Hezbollah is critical. Hezbollah is much like their front SS operation. And there's a couple 100,000 of them, and they're very heavily armed. Even though we pounded the hell out of Iran and their military, there's Hezbollah. Hezbollah has killed and maimed thousands of Americans. Thousands of Americans. Our Marines, our sailors, our servicemen, our embassy personnel, as well as maybe thousands of Christians in Lebanon. God knows how many Israelis they've killed. They exist for the same reason Iran exists, because they were created by Iran. They are Iran. There's only one country that has gone into Lebanon to fight Hezbollah. Not a European country, not my country, Israel. That's the only country that's gone in to Lebanon to kill Hezbollah. And I'm very upset about this. Israel is killing commanders and leaders of Hezbollah who killed my people, that have bounties on their heads. And they don't even get a thank you note. Prime Minister Netanyahu, what the hell is going on in this country? Seriously. You've got these guys running for prime minister. Some of them have been prime minister for about 14 minutes. You've got leftists running to the right of him like they're actually going to do more than he's doing with Iran or Hezbollah. Do you really believe that for 2 seconds? Let me explain something. The British people did something very stupid at the end of World War II. They voted Churchill out. And even today, people like me who read this stuff say, what were they thinking? Well, they wanted national health care, and they wanted this, and they wanted that. The greatest leader that country ever had, they voted out of office. In history, we look back at that and say, how preposterous was that? By the way, I'm speaking for myself. I don't know who's 501c3, 501c4. This is what we call in America First Amendment, my big mouth. So, from my perspective, this man is under attack internally. He's under attack externally. He's under attack by foreign nations. And I ask you, put yourself in this man's shoes and ask if you would be handling it as well as he is. I don't think so. This country has never been attacked like it's been attacked the last 3 years. Never. Never. And yet, Hamas was pushed back. Hezbollah's pushed back. Iran's on its knees with the great help of the United States. If you think about it, this country was surrounded. There was a plan and a plot to wipe it out. It wasn't just about October 7th, which was horrendous enough. The reports are that Hamas attacked too early, that they didn't wait. They didn't wait for the command from Iran or whatever it was. I don't know, but I do know they were all ready to go. They're all ready to go. Now, you can criticize and say, well, we should have been ready and so forth and so on. You know, we were hit on December 7th, 1941, by the Japanese at Pearl Harbor. They had to go all the way across an ocean with their aircraft carriers. And we missed it. And it could have been devastating if our aircraft carriers were at Hawaii or at Pearl Harbor. They would have had a free run on the west coast of the United States. History is full of what ifs, and history is also filled with thank God. My perspective is, and I'm an American, it's one man's opinion, that I hope the Israeli people don't do to Netanyahu what the Iranians, the Palestinians, Hamas, Hezbollah, Qatar, Saudi Arabia couldn't, and that is remove him from office. We talk about President Trump. I am very proud of President Trump. He's done tremendous things for the United States of America, things that no other president has been willing to do. He inherited a disaster, an economy on its back, borders wide open, the effects of which are still being felt and that he's still trying to clean up. There's never been a president in American history who's done more to fight anti-Semitism, to fight anti-Semitism on college campuses, to enshrine in law and our Civil Rights Act that did not cover Jews, to have it cover Jews. His entire history in the private sector, his father's entire history in the private sector, was one of supporting Jews and fighting anti-Semitism. So when I see critics of Donald Trump from the Democrat Party, which is promoting and electing neo-Nazis, Islamists, wants to defund every aspect of our financial relationship with the State of Israel, that they go on these Sunday shows and they're constantly condemning the State of Israel. And when I see their media, whether in radio or TV, their podcasters, it's a disgrace. When I see what I call woke Reich, R-E-I-C-H, podcasters out there attacking the State of Israel and Netanyahu, some of them pretend we just have policy differences. That's not what they're attacking. They're attacking the right for the State of Israel to exist. They just don't have the guts to really say it, but it's true. And the growth of anti-Semitism by these woke right neo-fascists, it is a big deal. And some of us have to deal with it and confront it every single day. And when Donald Trump condemned them, basically banned them from MAGA, he'd had enough of them. That was an act of enormous courage. When Donald Trump had several Hanukkah parties, and my wife and I and my mother-in-law, we were at one of them, and he said, I can't believe the extent of anti-Semitism in this country. What is going on? He was asking us. He has said that to me personally. It bothers him. He's using the government to fight it. They're trying to deport people who are these virulent anti-Semites coming mostly from the Middle East, who shouldn't be here and shouldn't have been here before. He's got an enormously incredible record when it comes to promoting liberty, religious freedom, our Constitution, supporting Christianity, and supporting Judaism. He's a man of faith. Now let's get down to the nitty-gritty that you want to hear about, which is this. I'm not going to come up here and slander my friend. That's not what I do to any of my friends. Sometimes we have disagreements with our spouses. Sometimes we have disagreements with our friends. Sometimes we have disagreements with people of our own faith. Just the way it is. It's the nature of human beings. My view is really quite simple. Regardless of who's president or prime minister, the Iranian regime needs to be destroyed. Now, President Trump has done more in that regard than anybody. Last June, when your great country for 12 days fought Iran, knocked out their Air Force once, knocked out their ground-to-air missiles and defense systems, which were given to them by the Russians, went after their ballistic missile systems with the complete support of the United States Navy and Air Force and our missile systems that assisted Iron Dome and the other domes that you have here with our advanced technology too. Two great countries, two great leaders working together against Iran, and then to send our incredible bombers, and they are incredible, and the bombs that were needed to take those sites out and hit their enriched uranium sites. If you could see this technology, it's unbelievable, was incredible. And then the Iranians did what that regime always does. It starts reconstructing. Because you see, ladies and gentlemen, it exists to destroy us. And they will tell you that Allah commands it. And they will tell you that the 12th Imam is among us. But the 12th Imam will not appear, will not create prosperity, equality, paradise on earth, until all of you are dead. Until the great Satan, the United States, is wiped out, and the little Satan, Israel, is wiped out, and then the rest of the Western Hemisphere, and any Muslims who don't agree with them too. By the way, do you see what's going on in Gaza right now? Where Hamas is slaughtering Palestinians, Palestinians slaughtering Palestinians. Do you even hear about it? You may hear. We don't hear about it in the United States. It's not on any of our broadcasts. The River to the Sea crowd's not out. None of them are anywhere. You hear nothing. Because it's never about humanity. It's about destroying Israel and the Jewish people. What was done starting late February to the Iranian regime over a 2-week period or so by our tremendous military in the United States and the tremendous military of Israel together, working side by side, organizing side by side, generals working together, admirals working together, your intelligence agencies working with our intelligence agencies, our satellite spotting. It's never been done in the history of warfare before, ever, ever. With overpowering might and technology and guts, their Navy was really wiped out. Their Air Force was really wiped out, and so much of the rest of their military was thoroughly wiped out. Thanks to two commanders, President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. And you could hear the press conferences that were given every day by Secretary of War Hegseth, who's fantastic, and the head of our Joint Chiefs, General Kane, who's fantastic. Not one went by where they didn't praise our two countries working together, and they felt almost dazzled by the competency of the Israeli military. The Israeli Air Force, I believe, is the third biggest air force in the world. It's because the Israeli Air Force is strong, and it's funded, and it's also because Europe is weak, and they're not spending enough money on defenses. Israel is, and the United States is, but we're not spending enough either. So today we've reached a point, there's a fork in the road. A decision has to be made, right? Do we go on militarily? Do we find a path to resolve this in a different way with the military hanging over the head of the enemy? And the president has chosen the second way, which is his right. He was elected president. He's the commander-in-chief. And we have a memorandum of understanding that was negotiated. And I studied it. It's not hard to study. It's 14 points. It's 2 pages. And I went through it. And while it is true that there's going to be a final deal, that's what we have to look at, the Memorandum of Understanding. In the Memorandum of Understanding, I understood it. And there were aspects of it that caused me grave concern. And let me explain it this way. In America, we have a constitutional republic. Here you have a parliamentary democracy. They're quite different. I prefer the constitutional republic to the parliamentary democracy. But that's neither here nor there, except for this. We fought a revolutionary war. We fought a revolutionary war because the British Crown did not seek our consent. Our revolutionary war was fought over representative government. The Enlightenment had been about 200 years old, depending on which philosopher you look at. And they met in Philadelphia, the Second Continental Congress. And what was amazing was you had these delegates from different colonies that had almost nothing in common. In fact, Georgia, our Georgia, you need me to get off? What? Okay. The Prime Minister is here. So I will.
If everybody could please take their seats. Thank you. We need everybody to please take their seats.
I got it. Well, now the pressure's on. You know, the Prime Minister and I went to the same high school. He got voted into the Hall of Fame. They refused to vote me in. Now they're thinking of voting him out. You know, that's where... First of all, what a great honor. Is that Sarah too? I can't see. Yeah. The Prime Minister, his beautiful wife, Sarah, it's an honor. So as I was saying, let me step back a little bit. First, I want to repeat this in front of the Prime Minister. It's the 50th anniversary in the Hebrew calendar of Entebbe and Yoni's death. On July 4th, it's the 50th anniversary of his death in America. And I know how much you loved him and revered him, your big brother. My wife has read his book with his letters, and she reads it to me every time we fly over here. He was a remarkable man, and I guarantee you, he and your father and your mother, your whole family will be so damn proud of you. So I'd say that number one. As I was saying, if I can remember what I was saying, we have two tremendous leaders in President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. It reminds me of FDR and Churchill. It reminds me of Reagan and Thatcher in many respects. And they worked incredibly well together, but from time to time they had their disagreements. But they agreed on one thing. They agreed that the Nazis were the enemy, and Reagan and Thatcher agreed that the Soviet Union was the enemy. And they had to figure out a way to defeat them. Churchill wanted the Nazis defeated, and so did FDR. Reagan ran for office saying, we win, they lose, when it came to the Soviet Union. And Thatcher agreed. I think our president and your prime minister, when they teamed up last June, and when they teamed up in February and are today, have done things that have never been done, even more so than those great leaders. And that's this. I study these things. Two militaries, two intelligence services, two countries have never worked this closely together before in human history. Never. The sharing of our air forces, our intelligence, and more than that, was seamless. Our Secretary of War, the head of the Joint Chiefs, as I was saying, every day they went up to that podium and they gave a press conference. And they praised the partnership. They praised our military, and they praised your military, especially your Air Force. They were very, very impressed. Now, these are men, you know, our top brass that have seen everything, but they've never seen anything like the Israelis. Remember, at the same time, we were lecturing the Europeans, particularly those in NATO, that aren't stepping up, that haven't built up their militaries. I mean, no offense to Britain, but Britain used to rule the world, they used to say. The British Empire never rested. The sun never set on the British Empire. Well, the sun sets on the British Empire before most of the rest of the country, the rest of the world right now. It's a paper tiger. France is a paper tiger. That's why our president said, you know what, keep your ships. We don't really need them. They're not going to do anything for us. And he was right. And these are, unfortunately, countries in decline. And they're in decline because they allowed themselves to be in decline. They're in decline because they elected individuals who are weak. While the United States and Israel have elected individuals who are strong. Now, to pick up where I left off, in February, I think that 24, 48-hour period, and certainly 2 weeks, the world has never seen anything like it. Not just the Middle East, the entire world. The speed, the competency, the skills, the professionalism, the overpowering military and intelligence activities against the Iranian regime, slammed it, crushed it, faster than anybody could have imagined, and more thoroughly than anybody could have imagined. And there was a partnership between the so-called big Satan and the little Satan. And then, after a 2 or so week period, a ceasefire was called and went on for about 9 weeks. And there was a lot of debate in our country. I don't know what was going on here. Yes, ceasefire, no ceasefire. Problem was, Hezbollah doesn't believe in ceasefires, so it kept attacking Israel. And that means Iran kept attacking Israel, and Iran doesn't really believe in ceasefires either. You know how I know? Because I read what Khomeini wrote in Islamic Government. Everything is a step to an end. And as I was explaining here at the beginning, if they had their way, everybody in this room would be killed. Everybody in this room, including the press, you'd all be killed because you're in the way. Your relatives, your children, they all have to go. It's the only way the 12th Imam will show up, and it's at the demand of Allah. Look, I challenge the press to read some of this stuff, and then you'll know what we're up against here. And I say we, Israel, the United States. Problem is, the rest of the free world has no idea what's going on or doesn't care. But we have to care because the big Satan and the little Satan are right in the target. So the question is, just from a little commentator's point of view, I don't have access to what the president has and the prime minister has, but I have access to knowing what they think and what they want to do. And by the way, for 47 years, Iran has been at war with the United States. Israel too, but the United States. Those are thousands of Americans who've been killed and maimed. Those were 241 of our Marines in that damn barracks. Those were our crewmen who were in Saudi Arabia, 19 of them who were murdered. Those were our 2 embassies in Africa that were blown up. And I could go on and on and on. They have tried and have succeeded in killing Americans. So what I say to the isolationists in our country is this. You won for 47 years. We were isolationists. We appeased. We worse than appeased. We subsidized them. We used every diplomatic tool in the book, and they killed us. And they want a nuclear weapon. And as our president said, they will shoot it into our country. So what do you do about this? Well, if you're England, you do nothing. If you're France, you call for a 2-state solution. You understand. If you're NATO, I don't know what they do. I just know what we do. So we're at a crossroads now. And I want to hurry because I want the prime minister to come up. So we're in a crossroads now.
Take your time.
All right. So there's a fork in the road. What do you do? Now, there are risks no matter what you do. That's the nature of war. It's also the nature of diplomacy. So I look at this enemy for 47 years that has signed all kinds of agreements and has violated every one. I know what this enemy believes. Why? They tell us what they believe. They put it in writing. Their imams tell us. They give speeches. I'm not Helen Keller. I can see and I can hear. I know what's going on here, okay? And they've killed our people. We, American people. And they want to kill a lot more by the hundreds of thousands. So how do we contain this? So the first question is, can you contain this? I don't think you can. Just my opinion. First of all, in my country, we have an election every 4 years. The enemy knows this. So the enemy plays our election cycles. They don't have elections, you may have noticed. China doesn't have elections. Russia has joke elections. So they use, from their perspective, we have regime change every 4 years. And they're praying the Democrats come in. Why? Because Democrats won't honor anything, and the Iranians won't honor anything. And then we have a big problem. Because the Democrats in my country do not have the will to take on this enemy. Instead, they're attacking our ally, Israel, and the prime minister, which is kind of odd when you really think about it. So their will is to attack our ally, and they don't have the will to attack our enemy. And no, I don't think subsidizing our enemy, and I don't think having agreements with our enemy works. Okay. So the other path is military. And what I hear and what we're told is, well, if we continue, they'll use ballistic missiles to hit the oil fields in the Arab countries, and they don't like that, and they don't want that. Who wants that? Nobody wants that. Got that? Or the price of oil will shoot through the roof, and so forth and so on. And I think to myself, we Americans, do you know what our parents and grandparents sacrificed during World War II? Everything. Everything. All the steel that was available, all the gold that was available, everything that was available went into the war effort. I think we have like two countries in America. We have people who are patriotic, who understand what's going on, want to deal with the enemy, and then we have people who think we're the enemy. Our own government, our own country, or people like us, the Israeli government, the Israeli people. And we really have to fight this. I call it the Islamist Marxist axis. And we have it in our country. And then we have the woke Reich, R-E-I-C-H, the neo-fascists, I call them. Like the 1930s in our country and other countries. They're very vocal. The president has challenged all of them. The president has denounced all of them. The president has denounced unequivocally the woke right. My party seeks to keep them out. The Democrat Party has become the Marxist Islamist axis. Just listen to them today. One guy says he wants to run for president against Israel. And he is one of the leaders of the Democrat Party. So President Trump has to deal with all this. He also has to deal with the economy, prices, affordability, and all these things. And these other countries that obviously are concerned about what a military impact would be. I'm not president, obviously. I just try to look at the bigger picture. Can this enemy be contained? I say no. It has to be defeated. It has to be pulled out by the roots. Their military might be 80 or 90% defeated, but their ideology is not. How do you defeat their ideology? We actually had people in the Biden administration say, you can't defeat an ideology. Ideologies are destroyed all the time on the battlefield. You destroy the ideology by destroying the source of the ideology. And so I looked at the MOU, and I have a few problems with it. And I hope by voicing those problems, if we're going to take this route, and it's not clear that it'll be the final route, by the way, it's not clear there will be a final deal, or maybe there will. There's a couple problems I see. And so I raise them and hope that they'll be looked at. Number one, the nuclear issue is number 8 out of 14 points. And I read it, and it's very ambiguous. In my view, it should have been number 1. And it should be much more detailed, even in a memorandum of understanding. And I hope that'll happen. Number two, will the Communist Chinese comply with whatever agreement we come up with? Will North Korea comply with any agreement we come up with? When President Trump leaves office, and let's say it's a Kamala Harris or a Cory Booker or whomever it is, a whole conga line, does anybody really believe that they will take the steps that are effective to stop this enemy from getting a nuclear weapon? How about the enriched uranium? Does anybody really believe they will take the steps to do anything about it? See, my contention is this. 3 years of Donald Trump, I can sleep at night. When he leaves office, I can't sleep at night. And I think the enemy knows that a lot of America might sleep for those 3 hours, and then after 3 years, and then afterwards it might strike. There are other things, too, I'll just mention very, very quickly. How can you not address ballistic missiles? That is absurd. Intercontinental ballistic missiles are what carries nuclear warheads, and if they fire 3 or 4 or 5,000 at Israel or Saudi Arabia or anybody else, you cannot defend against it. And these things are as big as a yellow school bus. It's not a theory. We saw what they do. They can take on an entire neighborhood. So that needs to be addressed. And Hezbollah needs to be addressed too. Again, Hezbollah is Iran. And my view is, the way that language is written, no way in hell should America be a protectorate for Hezbollah. So I've raised these issues. The President's a smart man. He loves America. He's got access to a lot more information than I do. And I'm not an advisor. I just give my opinion. And I think that whatever the MOU is, maybe there will be agreement, maybe there won't be agreement. And by the way, last point. The Iranians may make it impossible to have an agreement because they're so nuts, they're so radical, they're so evil, and they're so contemptible that they're trying to drag us along right now, whether they shake somebody's hand or don't shake somebody's hand with Hezbollah and so forth and so on. They're trying to drag us on, drag us on, drag us on, and I strongly believe that at some point the President of the United States is going to say, all right, that's enough. That's enough. My 2 cents worth, maybe it's 1 cent worth. So I want to introduce the Prime Minister of the State of Israel. You know, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm accused of conspiring with you to drag the country, our country, into a war, and that you and I consult on what you're going to do with your intelligence, on what you're going to do with your military, how you're going to talk to Donald Trump, on and on and on. You know, there's a lot of lunatics out there. The last person the Prime Minister needs to speak to is me about techniques and tactics and so on. I've come to know him personally, but even more than that, just reading about him when I'm in the United States and so forth, there are leaders like him that rarely come along. I talk about Trump and Churchill and Thatcher and Reagan and FDR. That's him. And I want to say one other thing that I said earlier, so the press will really get ticked off, and it's this. Britain made a big mistake at the end of World War II. They voted Churchill out of office. If the Israelis vote you out of office, I believe it's even worse. And I'll tell everybody why. Because the enemies of this country will be thrilled. Because they haven't been able to take him out. So if he's taken out by the voters, they will be thrilled. And I've looked at a lot of your candidates who've been around a long time, who are running to the right of him when they're to the left of him. And they said, we're going to do a bigger job with Iran, and we're going to do a better job with Hezbollah. Have you ever asked them how? What exactly are they going to do? What exactly are they going to say to Donald Trump if Donald Trump disagrees with them? They're not going to say anything. 2 of them were prime minister for about 14 minutes. I saw what they did. I'm just telling you now, I'm an outsider. I don't want to hurt your chances. I'm just an American, but that's my opinion from my perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Thank you, Mark Levin. I wish I could use you as my advisor every day. You know, in the United States, they say that President Trump does everything that I ask him to do. And in Israel, they say that I do everything he wants me to do. Well, neither is true. We're leaders of independent and proud countries. We stand for our interest. I stand for the interest of Israel and for its security. And often we see eye to eye, sometimes we don't, but we respect each other's sovereignty and leadership and commitment to our people. Last year, standing on the stage, I saw some of you. I can't see any of you right now. But I saw some dear friends who are here. Richard, thank you. We also have the Serbian president of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Thank you. Thank you, madam. We'll have an opportunity to talk tomorrow. There are so many dear friends here, and I mean that. So last year, standing on this stage, I spoke about decisions, difficult decisions, historic decisions, decisions that many at the time, Mark, many of those running against me, said that I shouldn't have taken at the time. They told me not to enter Rafah. I entered Rafah. I was told not to strike Hezbollah. We struck Hezbollah. They told me not to confront Iran. We confronted Iran. And today I want to begin with a simple question. What have we achieved? Because these same people, and whatever, their cronies in the press, are trying to diminish our achievements. In fact, they're trying to erase them completely. So what is it that we achieved? Here's what we achieved. We prevented Iran from carrying out a plan to annihilate us, and today they would have had a nuclear weapon, an atomic bomb to do so. We prevented that from happening. We removed an existential danger. And had we not acted in Operation Rising Line and then in Operation Roaring Line, Iran would have had atomic bombs, and let me tell you something, they would have used them. That's what we prevented. Together with our American friends, the American Air Force, the American military, we carried out the largest airstrike in our history. We destroyed Iran's nuclear infrastructure. We knocked out 20 of their top nuclear scientists, 12 in Rising Line, another 8 in Roaring Line. And when you take out the scientists, it's very hard to make a nuclear weapon. Exceedingly hard. We decapitated the leadership of the terror regime. We shattered their missile industry. We knocked out their Navy. We knocked out their Air Force. We attacked their military industries. We attacked their bridges. We attacked so many targets that the cumulative damage that we did to the IRGC economy is not counted in the millions. It's not counted in the hundreds of millions. It's not counted in the billions. It's counted in hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. And it will take them a long time to recover. A long time. And they may not recover, because once you deal these blows and once the rift between the regime and the people is so deep, you cannot tell when such a regime will fall. And I think we created the conditions for its future fall. That is what will be the real triumph, when the Iranian people take their own destiny in their hands and they knock out this brutal regime that is terrorizing them and terrorizing the rest of the world. But we didn't just confront Iran. We shattered Iran's terror axis. We took out Sinwar, we took out Hania, we took out Def, we took out tens of thousands of terrorists. And despite those who said it couldn't be done, we brought back to Israel every single hostage, every last one of them. That too, some of my critics, they don't want to be reminded of this, but they said, stop before Rafah, make a deal. Let's get the terrorists, let's get our hostages out. We don't have to enter Rafah, we don't have to take the Philadelphia corridor, we don't have to take on Hezbollah, and for God's sake, we shouldn't take on Iran. But we didn't listen to them, and we did it. And we got them back because we put our brave soldiers, our incomparably heroic soldiers, right into their stronghold in Gaza. And they capitulated. We brought back every last hostage. And it's an achievement that I think the entire people of Israel and the entire people of the free world should be proud of. We brought them back. In Lebanon, we exploded, I don't know if to call this the beepers or the pagers. What do you use in America? Beepers. We exploded the beepers. We took out Nasrallah. We decimated Hezbollah's military machine. We prevented the Ridwan force from invading the Galilee. We destroyed over 90% of the 150,000 rockets and missiles that Hezbollah amassed against us. We established a security zone in Gaza. We established a security zone in Syria. We established a security zone in Lebanon, and we shall keep it as long as is necessary to protect our people. I'll tell you what other achievement, which I think in many ways, as Sarah tells me, and I listen to, you know what they say in the Bible. Everything Sarah said to Abraham, you know, and what God said, he said, everything that Sarah says, you should listen to her. Well, I'm not Abraham, but I listen to my Sarah. I think the greatest achievement we have made is to break through the barrier of fear. For years, people told us, you cannot attack the soil of Iran. Yes, you can do Mossad operations, and we did, quite a few. I authorized many. But you cannot send our military to Iran. But we changed that. We sent our brave pilots over the skies of Iran, and they took out targets, regime targets, terror targets, missile batteries, missile production sites, and nuclear sites. We changed Israel's security doctrine. We initiate, we attack, we surprise, and we attack those enemies that seek our destruction, that seek to kill us. We attack them before they have a chance to do so. If you know Hebrew, Hakam le'orgecha, hashkem le'orgo. Kill them first. Now, I came here from the 50th anniversary of my brother's fall in Entebbe, from Mount Herzl, at his graveside. Yoni fell in Entebbe, leading his soldiers in what is regarded as the greatest rescue operation of modern times. Entebbe showed that a free people, if they mobilize their courage and muster their strength and their will, they can overcome the worst tyrannies in the world, however threatening, however challenging. And indeed, after the Entebbe rescue, the rash of hijacking that was covering the entire world. That rash of hijacking stopped, almost stopped completely. But the terror regimes did not disappear. And in fact, they continue to grow. And the worst of them, of course, is Iran, the greatest sponsor of terrorism on the planet. 35 years after Yoni fell in Entebbe in 2010, my father celebrated not far from here, the Begin Institute. He didn't celebrate. They celebrated for him his 100th birthday. And historians spoke of his historical research on the Spanish Inquisition and on the origins of Zionism. And those who knew the story of his actions in the United States to muster support for the Jewish state during World War II, his meetings with Eisenhower and many others, they spoke about that too. And after a day's worth of lectures and compliments and praise, my father came to the stage, unaided. He was 100 years old. And he said this. He said, thank you for your compliments. Thank you for these kind words. But time is short. So let me get right to the point. And here's what he said. Here's the point. Iran vows to destroy the Jewish state. The people of Israel are showing the world how a nation should behave when faced with an existential threat. Stare unflinchingly at the danger, calmly consider what needs to be done and what can be done, and be ready to enter the fray at the proper moment. And then he ended his words. These are the last public words in my father's life. This leads to my certain belief, he said, that our people will roll back this danger to our existence. Well, 16 years later, we did just that. And I say to you now what I said at my brother's grave just a few hours ago. Today, I said, no matter what happens in the talks, with an agreement, without an agreement, I pledge to you that Iran, as long as I'm Prime Minister, will never have a nuclear weapon. Never. As long as I am the Prime Minister of Israel, I will not let that happen. And I said something else about Lebanon. I said, and I repeated here a few minutes ago, as long as we need to protect our people, we will remain in the security zone in South Lebanon. And the reason is perfectly understood. No country would be asked to do otherwise. Now you imagine the United States. Across the border, you have thousands, an army of thousands of terrorists who pellet your cities and your towns with rockets and ballistic missiles and killer drones. They kill your soldiers, they kill your citizens, they kill your children. And they threaten them every day. Well, what would America do? Would it say, well, there's nothing we can do? Let's hold our fire? Is that what America would say? No. You know damn well what America would do. It would cross the border, create a security zone, kill the terrorists, and protect its people until the threat is removed. That's exactly what we are doing. And let me tell you something else. No country would do it better. No country would do it better. Because the terrorists do not just target civilians, they also hide among their own civilians. They are, by the way, are committing a double war crime in doing that. So the question is, what do you do about it? We target the terrorists, but there are some civilian casualties in every such war, in every such urban warfare. And normally, the ratio of combatants to non-combatants killed, non-combatants to combatants killed is about 7-1, 8-1. In Gaza, it was much, much lower than that, despite all the lies and vilifications aimed at Israel. But I asked our people, our research arm in the defense ministry, I said, what is the ratio in Lebanon? And they said to me, today, I just got the document today, Prime Minister, it's 5-1. No, not 5 civilians killed for every terrorist, 5 terrorists killed for every civilian that is harmed in the process. 5-1, unheard of, unheard of. Because no army goes to such lengths like the Israeli army to target terrorists and minimize civilian casualties. We should be commended for it, not condemned. We do everything in our power to protect our people. We don't have a war with Lebanon. We have a war with Hezbollah, who terrorizes Lebanon and seeks our destruction. And when that proxy of Iran is no longer a threat, when it's dismantled, when it's disarmed, yes, we'll have peace with Lebanon, and I look forward to signing it. By the way, Mark, I intend to be here for quite a while. I want you to know that. These and other matters are the interests of security of the State of Israel. I've devoted my life to protect the security of the State of Israel. And nothing will change that. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I can do so because I have the support of my dear family, my wife and my children. But I have the support of the vast majority of the people of Israel. Our people are so strong. They're so strong. Our soldiers are brave. There are no braver soldiers on the planet. They're so heroic. And we are determined. We are resolved to protect our country, whatever the cost. But let me tell you something else that I know troubles every one of you. We see the rising tide of terrorism. It afflicts every country in the world right now. And it afflicts the United States of America. And let me tell you how anti-Semitism works down the ages. Ever since we lost our country and we became defenseless, we were defenseless not only against physical attack, but against the vilifications that often and always preceded them. So we were faced in one country with such vilifications, and that led eventually to either one of two things, either exile or massacre. And then we went to another country, and we faced exactly the same thing. After the vituperations and vilifications, that we're poisoning the wells, that we drink the blood of slain children, that we carry vermin. And by the way, these are the exact lies that continued right up to the Nazi Holocaust, exactly the lies. So we were faced with these vilifications, and then we were massacred, and then we pushed to another country and another country, and the same thing happened over and over and over again. Well, here's where the change happened. It happened with the rise of the State of Israel and the creation of the Israeli army. We may not be able to stop the vilifications. They come and go in a predictable cycle, as my historian father told me. But the change is that when they come to slaughter us, we fight back. We don't let them do that. We fight back and we roll them back, exactly as we have done now in the last 3 years. I pledge to you that we will also fight this battle of anti-Semitism around the world. We will fight on the eighth front as well. The battle against our delegitimization, the battle against the calumny that is directed against the Jewish people. But I ask you, the Jews of America and the Jews of the diaspora, to do one thing: stand up. Don't cower. Don't be afraid. Fight back, because people will only respect us if we respect ourselves. And when they level lies at us, throw back the truth and do it standing up. Stand up for the truth. Stand up for Israel. Stand up for the Jewish people. Stand up for the Jewish future. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, as chairman of the JNS International Policy Summit, we are so thrilled that you came back again this year to deliver the Prime Minister's address. For those of us who were here last year, we could still hear your words. It is your vision. It is your bold leadership. It is your voice, and it is your strength that gives all of us not only strength, not only hope, but belief in the great future of Israel, the Jewish people, and our Christian Zionist allies around the world. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
As we conclude this evening's plenary session, I want to thank our speakers, our sponsors, in particular Cross River, members of Knesset, diplomats, and all of you who have traveled from around the world to be with us here in Jerusalem. The conversations we have begun today will continue throughout this JNS International Policy Summit over the next 2 days. Thank you for joining us. You are all invited to join us now for light dinner in the atrium in the lobby. And for VIPs, there is a cocktail reception on the rooftop. Everybody, thank you for being with us. May God bless Israel, the United States, and all those working to spread the light of truth. Thank you.